Hello. Hi, guys. Okay, so there's some craziness going on. You remember that video I told you that I was watching before last night's live, and it had this law enforcement officer on it? I went back to look at it after. This morning, it was, yeah. Couldn't find it anywhere. Could not find it anywhere. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, am I really losing it that bad that I imagined this? No, I didn't imagine this. So I start seeing in my feed, and remember our guest last night said there's these crazy videos, and I'm really good at recognizing what they call AI brain rot. And YouTube is coming out against it. Oh, and I had to say something. If you're a creator that's watching me, I hope that you were selected for your likeness detection. And if you have, it just takes a little bit. You make videos. You have to make different videos of your face. You have to put in your government ID, driver's license, something like that. You send it to them. They go through it all. They'll approve it. They'll put you in a database there, and they will start scanning. And videos that come up with your likeness now will be next to your content detection. So where they scan for the content, someone's taken your content and they put it there. Now they're doing it for your likeness. Really good. So if someone's putting your likeness up there, if someone's using AI to mock you, do anything, you can get it removed. So it's a great thing, and they'll do a lot of it for you. And I already sent it in, and your bell rings, there's a notification, channels coming up that are using my likeness. And you can, if it's manipulated, if they've done anything to your face to manipulate your face, okay, this means like, I don't know, if someone was to put, or your body, whatever, your likeness, like bubblegum stuff on you or things like that. All of that is a no-no. It's a no-go. And it's from before, now, whatever it is. Can't do it. So, if you get that, then they give you a number of choices, like between, there's one for the likeness if it's been altered. There's a DMCA that's and it's already, they've got your timestamps, everything. So it's like that time I showed you, they had that whole channel flagged, and all I had to go is and yeah. So they're protecting YouTube creators. So a really good thing. So if you get that, send your stuff in. Don't say, oh, it's a hassle. No, it's not a hassle. You need to protect your identity. Okay, anyway. The other thing, so in kind of talking about that, they've taken these people's identities, including law enforcement officers, some that are dead, some like George Will, and they literally have him talking. Some are worse than others, so his lips don't match what he's saying. Some are very good, and the lips match, the arms match, the movement matches, everything matches. And at first, just like our guest said, they start out, I should make sure my mic is working. Let me make sure my mic's working. You remember that video I told you that yeah. So you got to be careful because, hi everybody. Oh gosh, thanks Kim. Let's see, Sandra, hi Jen Grill, hi Chrissy. How are you? Is that Kim's? Small, hello. Terry. I'm missing people. My chat is, I'm sorry if I'm in top chat too, so I'm sorry that if I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. It's really crazy, but they started cracking down on this. And then it's so weird. I tell you, I talk about something, right? I talk about something, and then I find it the next day. So now they're talking about these garage door logs, okay? And that the garage door logs may be the key. Isn't that crazy? Okay, number one. Number two is, I don't know where that video is that I saw last night. Was that one of these crazy videos? But it didn't. Okay, I found other videos that were kind of like that, seemed like they were going like that, but then it was like our guest said last night. They started putting crazy, like first it goes off and it seems like they have the facts and it seems like, okay, they have the facts, this is good. Then it takes a whole bunch of things that don't belong, like say those SWATs at Carlos's house, or a SWAT there, or that guy that was putting the backpacks over the gate, and they make it look that that guy was there that night, he was an accomplice, and then it starts going into crazy territory. And wait a minute, they make like 10 of these videos in a row, and there's very subtle changes to it. They're getting like thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of views. You look at the channel was created in August, it was created in September, it was created in January. It's crazy, and it was like, it was multiplying before my eyes, right? So then I was on, I don't know, it was MSN or something, and they said that Jennifer, I think it was Jennifer Coffendorfer, was speaking out about it. And she was saying there are these, I don't even know if she realizes they're AI, because I don't even think she said that they were AI. She just said they were these videos that have just popped up, and they're like totally implicating people, totally distorting the facts, everything. But I don't know if she knows they're AI. She should know they're AI, but I don't think it mentioned that in there. But they're AI. And that is what our friend we were speaking to last night was talking about. And I'm usually really spot on with it. But these were, some of them were not so well done, but it's not like you've seen the 90 Day Fiancé AIs or like the celebrity ones, and there's like just a picture in this AI voice. It wasn't like that. It was, some of them were really, really well done. Using somebody's likeness, everything. Their lips matched everything. Some of them were not that good. I think they've already begun to pull those channels down, and that's what, when everybody's freaking and saying they're going to go after AI, that's what it's talking about. Because I think these people may even be in other countries, and they just put these out like a machine, obviously, right? Pumping them out, channel after channel. They used to do something like this before AI, and they took some of my videos back when I was doing the mommy blogging solely, right? They took some of my inflatable videos, and they had my house in there, and YouTube flagged it. That's how I found it. But I saw other people, they would take parts of our videos, and the reason they did it, they would put Amazon affiliate links in them to get money, and they would churn them out, and they were coming from China. And they took some of the drone videos, they took some of my kids' video. YouTube took them right down because they put them in the content detector, and I just hit it. But yeah, they did that all the time. But that was like I manually done. Now they're just churning these out, and they're getting like people, thousands of subscribers are going on, and they've got these real clickbaity titles, and some of them are well done, and it's really bad. Yeah, really bad. Implicating people, all kinds of false information. We were up very late. Oh, yeah. We were up late. We can't be up late tonight because we have a trial in the morning. And, I just have to check on something of one of our ramblers to see if she got back to me on something. Hang on. Let me see here. Let me see. Okay, I don't, yeah. Now where is my, here we go. I know the scammers would jump on AI. What? The scammers? All right, so let's talk about this. You want to talk about, let's talk about the terrorist attack first. Did you also hear there was a shooting in Cincinnati? And then this stuff that happened on the Beltway by Washington, D.C. and Virginia. They say that's road rage. It was really bad. People were killed. A dog was killed. Yeah, just nuts. Yeah, listen to this one. Oh boy. A Virginia state trooper killed a man who stabbed 4 people and a dog in a road rage attack. Yeah. This happened on the Capitol Beltway between Gallows Road and Route 236 on Sunday. One victim, 39-year-old woman, and the dog died. Started with a crash along the outer loop of the Beltway near exit 52. One man got out of a vehicle and started stabbing people. Drivers who witnessed the attack called 911 in horror. Virginia State Police said when a trooper arrived on scene, the man with the knife confronted him. The trooper opened fire. The man was shot, rushed to the hospital, later died. And Virginia State Police said the trooper was shot. The suspect who shot the suspect was not injured. All law enforcement is on high alert given the strikes in Iran, but Virginia State Police say this is not believed to be terrorism related. Traffic was impacted all Sunday afternoon into the evening. So that's something, huh? And now let's look at so there's a lot of stuff going on, right? So Dubai, right? People are rocked in Dubai because that tax-free haven got blast from the Iranian airstrikes. I want to talk about the Texas. So a gunman wearing clothes with an Iranian flag design and the words "property of Allah" killed 2 people and wounded 14 Sunday at a Texas bar. The FBI is investigating the shooting, which erupted a day after the Israel launched an attack on Iran, the U.S. and Israel. Police in Austin shot and killed the gunman, who used both a pistol and a rifle to carry out the attack. The shooting happened outside of Buford's Backyard Beer Garden just before 2 a.m. along 6th Street, a nightlife destination filled with bars and music clubs, and only a few miles from the University of Texas at Austin. A 22-year-old senior, Nathan Comio, had spent the evening there with friends, said the bar was full of college students, mostly Utah kids, shoulder to shoulder, hundreds just enjoying the night. And the suspect drove past the bar several times before he stopped and was shooting from the window of his SUV at people on the patio and in front of the bar. He then parked, got out with the rifle, and began shooting at people walking along the street before the officers rushed to the intersection and shot him. 3 of the injured were in critical condition Sunday morning. The gunman was identified as 53-year-old Diagni. That Nathan, witness there, had left the bar to grab pizza at a food truck about 10 minutes before the first gunshots were fired. No one around the pizza truck understood what was happening, he said. Some were thinking it was fireworks or a loud motorcycle. Nathan said he hid behind a bench for about a minute before getting out. He saw police officers running towards the scene. He pulled out his phone to begin recording, and that's when the shots rang out. He saw the suspect turn his gun on police before the officers shot him. He said he knows someone who was shot and guessed that many other Utah students do as well. The Utah community has definitely been majorly affected by this. So there's no clear motive for the attacks, but found that indicators on the gunman and in his vehicle lead it to the possibility of terrorism. He first entered the U.S., the gunman, in 2000 on a B-2 tourist visa, became a lawful permanent resident 6 years after marrying a U.S. citizen. He became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 2013. He was originally from Senegal, and let's see. Texas Governor Greg Abbott warned that the state would respond aggressively to anyone trying to use the current conflict in the Middle East to threaten Texas. Our prayers are with the victims and all those impacted. The entertainment district has a heavy police presence on weekends, and officers were able to confront the gunman within a minute of the first call for help. Austin Mayor Kirk Watson praised first responders by police and rescuers. They definitely saved lives, he said. So that's crazy, right? And who knows, it's really crazy right now because you don't know what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to go on something here too. It's nuts. Why are they saying, who's saying Quentin Tarantino died by an Iranian missile strike in Tel Aviv? What is that about? That's not true. This is crazy. Quentin Tarantino, hold on a minute. I guess he's still alive. Why are they even putting that here? It's not true. I'm really questioning, and this is like, what the heck? So they're saying that this is nuts. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Okay, so remember the stuff about Annie Guthrie's car. I'm going to be jumping back and forth tonight. It's going to be between both things. The state of the world and the terrorism attacks and Iran and all that with Nancy Guthrie. I'm going to be going back and forth, so you're going to be on an ADD ride. Let's see. Jennifer Coffendorfer, retired FBI special agent. She said she published a video on her YouTube channel, Break the Case with Jen Coffendorfer. And she said she's going to debunk the idea that the vehicle not being returned means that the police suspect Annie or Tommaso. She says, and I quote, I do want to talk about this because a lot of people have been saying this, and I want to debunk this right now. But Jen, they have their car or cars. They seized the car. She also pointed out that officials appear to be holding on to several vehicles. Let's talk about the car that they have. We know that they have the car because I saw Chris Nanos talk about it. Yes, we have the car. We're still looking at it. I also think they have the Range Rover. At least we have no information that they don't have the Range Rover. How about Nancy's car? That was pulled back in the garage. She didn't see it. I saw it. Didn't you guys see it? No, she's wrong there. Sometimes she gets a lot of things wrong, but she's wrong there because they did bring Nancy's car back. Coffendorfer stressed that investigators will process all evidence, including family-related items, but she doesn't believe they're suspects. Coffendorfer explained she believes that the police aren't looking at Annie or Tommaso because they haven't sought probable cause search warrants. Those vehicles are going to be looked at. Are they looking at somebody they might know? I don't know, but I can tell you what's important. As soon as it was released that it was a consent search. So the searches have been consent searches. In other words, law enforcement didn't have a probable cause to believe they weren't involved, They got consent. If they had probable cause, I could tell you this is an FBI agent. If I have probable cause, I'm not going to get consent. She said, why would I use consent when I know that in a court of law, it's going to be argued that the person was coerced? The person didn't really give the consent. The FBI agent made it up. You know, all the things that can happen. Let's see. So she says it's possible that they could have been in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood waiting for her to get home. It's possible, but it's also possible that she was tracked from Annie and Tommaso's house. Is it possible the tracker could have put on there? It is possible the person could have interfaced with that car, and thus they're looking at fingerprints. I don't know what she's saying. It's kind of like wordsality, right? Did you get it? Did you come away knowing why they still have the cars from that? I didn't. Shoot. So 3 service members were killed in the attack. I was trying to find something. Okay, I can't find what I wanted to show you there, but I'm going to go to something else. We're going to just look at the what does this say? How comforting it must be for Tommaso and Annie to know media, who alleged without evidence, or police or FBI, that they may be the prime suspects. Meanwhile, the police describe the cruelty. What? Okay, so they had, I guess there was a candlelight, was there a candlelight vigil? From live streamers or something? They didn't have a huge turnout, let's see. Seeing how few showed up made me cry. I guess only a few people turned out for it. That's weird, isn't it? Candlelight. It was in front of that big banner, Bring Her Home. Only a few showed up. I think Brian Enton did go there, it looks like. Not very many there, huh? That's so weird. There's so much fake news. They have people pulling bodies from something that it's ridiculous. It's more than fake news. It's AI manipulated. So I'm not seeing very much there. Now, there's a comment there, like, do you think this was a very sophisticated person that everybody thinks is so stupid and they left and did things to send people the other way, like evidence, maybe that broken lamp, the stuff that happened with the cameras, was that all to make it look like it was somebody else? I don't know. I don't know any more with this case. I really don't. Hi, the bee lady. I have no idea with this case anymore. I don't. Absolutely no idea anymore. Hi, Mr. Shannon. Why would he now turn extreme and not before? Wait, hold on a minute. Let me read what you're saying. I've seen a lot of AI weird stuff. Yeah. Hey, Carolyn, I feel you were going to have events like Austin more often. These are designed, I feel, like staged events. You feel they're staged events? By who? Who's staging them? Tell me about that. And he's 53. Why would he now turn extreme and not before? Why would he wait all the way from 2026? Why would he? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, that guy? Oh, the guy, the shooter, and he's 53. Why would he now turn extreme and not before? Why would... I don't know. Well, because we don't know when a lot of these people, they suddenly pledge themselves to. I don't know. You just think, tell me what you think. I'm interested to hear what you think. Who do you think he was? Somebody that was just willing to lose his life? I don't know. You don't think I'm confused. Has anyone seen the picture of Annie and her husband? I don't even, you know what? I have seen that, and I think it's AI. I'm not convinced that's real, Betty Lady. I'm not convinced at all that that's real. Sorry, I'm not. I saw a lot of AI stuff promoting that on Facebook, and I think it's fake. I totally think that's fake. That's my opinion. Can I see anything tonight? I don't know what's going on with my it won't even... Hold on a minute. I cannot see. I'm back in freaking Top Chat again. I'm going to try. Okay. Now that's better. These glasses are crap. I can't see anything out of them. Okay. They apparently had a vigil, but they didn't. No one showed up. No one. It was arranged by, I believe it was arranged by a live streamer. Very little people. Very few. Very few. It wasn't arranged by the family or... It was by a live streamer, I believe, and it looked like hardly anyone showed up. But you know, what are you going to do? Savannah's already back in New York, from what I've heard. So, I don't know. And I believe the brother's back as well, where he lives. You listen to some people in Connecticut, some people it's in Vermont. So I don't know. Right? I feel everything is staged now. Really, Mr. Shannon? But why? Tell me why. Do you think that person that did that was hired to do that? I have two thoughts that I haven't heard much about. One is a cop involved. Yeah, we talked about that last night. And does it have anything to do with the movie being made? We talked about that last night. And who would benefit if Savannah doesn't go back to the Today Show. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that too last night. Like, it was at a Nancy Kerrigan thing about her going to the Olympics and stuff. So we were on that thing. Yeah, we were on that. We were on that train. We were thinking of everything last night. We were all over the gamut last night. Yeah. I mentioned the garage doors, and then all of a sudden today I see garage door log needed. Okay, I want to see, I feel like E.F. Hutton. Um, I smell toast. I do. I smell like fresh made toast. I'm just trying to look here to see if anybody's talking about anything. Okay, so here's somebody saying something. Listen to this. The poor guy that was accused, the police lied to him and said, "We know you Googled Nancy Guthrie. Wrong guy, right idea. A normal break-in, something goes wrong, kills the homeowner, no one is taking the body, they just leave. If an inside job, it's not going to be some guy repeatedly going to the front door, as we see on the camera. If you have inside information or access, you unlock a window or back door or something. I think the police were thinking a person figured out who Nancy was and thought they could pull off a kidnapping like an Uber driver, not inside, but talk to her enough to know who she was. That's why the guy was accused. So wrong guy, but right idea. Nothing else makes sense. That's what they think it was, an Uber driver? Wow. Okay. If inside, it would be weird for the guy in the backpack to keep approaching the front door, so I don't think anyone that worked for her on a consistent basis. That's weird. Weird, weird, weird. Okay. This is odd, but now it's like, Yeah, that's nothing. How you get? I don't know. I was looking for something. If the guy cased the house for days, why didn't he know there's a Ring camera? That's why I think that was, I don't know, staged. I think it's just gonna, I don't know. Kind of think it's just gonna go cold now. They've got so much other stuff, and if you have all of this stuff now happening, Cincinnati, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Cincinnati had something happen at a music venue. It's like, mass shooting at a riverfront live music event in Cincinnati. 1 person critical, 8 others injured. And now I don't know, was this a terrorist attack or something else? Let's see what's going on here. Nine people in stable condition after a mass shooting early Sunday morning at a music venue in East End, Cincinnati. Cincinnati Police Interim Chief Adam Henney said that dispatch received a 911 call around 1 a.m. Multiple shots fired inside Riverfront Live, a music venue. Why is this staying over here? Isn't this freaking annoying? It is. At the time of the shooting, there were 500 to 600 individuals on this scene. 9 people were shot and were transported to UC Medical Center or Good Samaritan Hospital, Henney said. All 9 are in stable condition. I'm so thankful no one lost their lives. It's amazing. During this horrific event early this morning. Let's see what happened. So they spoke with someone who owns the fiberglass custom repair shop next to the Riverfront Live, who said he was shutting down his shop at the time of the shooting. He didn't notice the gunshots at first, but then he heard several people screaming, cars racing to get out of the venue's parking lot. That is hard to listen to. That is hard to hear. They still have not identified any suspects. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives is assisting. So they don't even know who did it. This is a dark moment for our community. It's horrific. It's unconscionable. And I understand the fear and trauma and so many in our community are experiencing right now. So many of us in America are in a similar state of unease, not wondering if a shooting like this will occur, but when. So they have no idea. That's crazy, right? They have no idea. They don't have the suspects. They have no idea who did it. That's crazy. I want to talk about that person. That person that testified, not on camera. I don't understand why we didn't get to hear the testimony, right? So we didn't get to hear that. We don't know what happened. That's not nice. That's not fair. Okay. And oh, I want to do one thing here. I think I'm going to go to, where's my, I just want to do something real quick. I have the trial set up for tomorrow morning, so we're going to watch that. But I just have to go to do an edit here real quick. Where the heck is my, there we go. What? That's not what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. Just hang on a minute. I gotta just do something real quick here. I just want to do something because I'm nice like that. I've decided there we go. Fixed. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'll forget it. I'll do it after. I thought I was going to be real quick with it, but I'll do it after. All right. Let me go on this thing here. Sorry, guys. My mind is all over the place tonight. All right, so what's going on? Hi, Denali. What happened, Chrissy? Carolyn. No lie, I'm having sourdough bread toast. Really? Oh, that's crazy. You think I'm smelling your toast? That's crazy. But I'm telling you, the nuttiest things have been happening. That's scary. Yeah. You think I'm smelling your toast? Wow. That's exactly what I was smelling. Like a great, yeah, it was like a toast with a little bit of sweetness. And yeah. Crazy. Excuse me. Hiccups. That's crazy. So let's go to, let me go to this over here, because I'm not getting anything on that. There's absolutely nothing. Patterson. Oh no, what's that about? Great. What's up with this? Patterson, Clifton, that's New Jersey, guys, and Passaic, all on alert following Middle East unrest. Patterson police put out a statement on March 1st emphasizing that the department is attempting to be proactive and reassuring residents that police are being vigilant. While current international developments have raised tensions overseas, there are presently no specific threats to Patterson or our community at this time. The Patterson Police Department said it's stepping up patrols around houses of worship and other sensitive areas. There are 13 mosques in the city. Let's see. Factoring in the number of people of Middle Eastern descent and the Jewish population in the city, it pays in times of unrest overseas to be proactive. Likewise, Clifton Public Information Officer Robert Anderson said the police department is cognizant of the situation. Clifton also has a sizable number of Muslim and Jewish residents and business owners. There's no specific threat, but the department has stepped up patrols and police presence due to the current world events. Well, There's 115,000 Australians stranded in the Middle East. The State Department is urging Americans to exercise increased caution amid the military action. Following the launch of U.S. combat operations in Iran, Americans worldwide, especially in the Middle East, should follow the guidance of the latest security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. They may experience travel disruptions. The U.S. and Israel early Saturday morning launched strikes against Iran. Israel and other Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. Let's see. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world, says the president. Let's see. The president also threatened Iran on Sunday with force never seen before. Meanwhile, the Israeli military said it was striking targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. Okay, so three U.S. troops killed, 5 are seriously wounded during the Iran attacks. I don't know. I just hope that scary time, right? You don't know what's going to be. Look, you got a bar in Texas. Who would think a bar in Texas? We don't know what happened at the music venue in Ohio, what it is. The stuff on that beltway by Washington and Virginia, I hate that so much. That's when I was like, drove that by myself last year after I dropped Linda off, and I said, never, ever again. And I told Linda, she wants to go this year. I said, if you want to go this year and I'm driving and you're coming with me, I am not going back that way. No way, no how. I know everything is just all about this now. See now, our fake Hinge profile. Someone made a fake Hinge. What is Hinge? This is a dating app, right? What do you mean she made a fake one? Did she put things on it, like crazy things, and just see if people would hit on her with crazy things, like she has bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder? Let's see what happened here, because there's seen guys do that. They say they're narcissists and this and that. Madison Campbell had an idea. She was a 30-year-old CEO. She hadn't been on dating apps much. The last time she was on one, she was back in college. Not sold on the prospect of returning to online dating, she asked her friend to create and run an account for her on Hinge. The idea seemed like a win-win. He could find her a good match, in the process gain insight into what it was like to be a woman on Hinge. Her expectations were low, but she was interested how it would play out. So that's not a fake profile. He just... What happened next, Madison's profile racked up 1,500 to 2,000 likes in 48 hours. Her friend documented his experience on X, which went viral, getting millions of views and sparking a massive discussion online about the different challenges men and women face when it comes to online dating. See, this is clickbait. She said it was a fake profile. That's not fake. I'm getting so pissed off with this stuff that I won't even look at it again. That's not fake. Hackers hit Iranian apps and websites after U.S.-Israeli strikes. You got to worry about that now too, right? Hypogamy. What is that? I feel like I'm in a different reality. I don't even understand. Okay, let's go to this. This is enough of this now. I know. Oh, this one. Yeah, I wanted to tell you about this. Florida mom killed her 2 kids and then herself while her husband was away on a business trip in Florida. And I think this is the one, remember when, I think we looked at a gated community and said that there was a murder-suicide or something in there? This looks like somebody I know. That's really weird, and she has a little boy that age too. That's crazy. Okay, please go over there. Thank you. So we have a Florida mother violently killed her 2 children before taking her own life inside their ritzy gated community home. Yeah, that's the one I told you about the other night, but we didn't know much about it. What was happening. Monica Rubacha carried out a double murder-suicide inside the family's $1.7 million Lakewood Ranch residence. And that's according to the Nancy County Sheriff's Office. Cops arrived at the house around 8:30 p.m. after her husband, Richard James, who was on a business trip in South America, asked them to check on the family. Richard grew concerned when he could not get into contact with his family for at least a day and a half. Right away, you could tell something wasn't right. There were signs of homicidal violence. Responding deputies found Rubacha, 44, Josh James, 14, and Emma James, 11, dead inside, all with traumatic injuries. So that must be a really old picture they put there. Wow, so she killed 2 teenage children. That is just unfathomable. What the hell? Like, I don't even know. Okay, let's see this now. So that's their house. And let's see. 14 and 11. Josh and Emma. The medical examiner has yet to determine their official cause of death, but an investigation determined that Rubacha killed each of her children in separate rooms before she killed herself. No one else was involved in this. I can tell you that this is a violent scene. It's horrible to even imagine what would have been going through the mind of this mother that led up to this. The family of 4 moved to the area about 3 years ago, and there were no previous incidents. Okay, so let's look into this a little more. What in the world? Okay. All right, so let's see what we got here. Why did he go by Richard James, but he was AKA James? Why did children go by the last? What? Sometimes people ask the stupidest questions on something. Okay, let's see what happened. Monica Karina Rubacha. Leaked CCT. That's fake. There's so much fake freaking news out there. I think this is her. Let me see. No. No way, no way, no way. Okay, so it says, let's see. Florida mom killed her 2 kids. Monica Karina. I think this is her. Okay, so she has a, she planned this, obviously, and so she took her Facebook, very strangely, down to just mainly baby pictures of her and her family. Her kids as babies, not as they were, along with her husband. Very interesting. What would make her do something that's crazy? I don't know. That's nuts. Teenagers like that? Why? What the heck? Okay, so next, what else do we have? So the Austin mass shooter entered the U.S. Okay, so we know that. Yeah, he wasn't illegally here. He was here. Let's see. There was a mother stabbed to death at a Virginia bus stop. Wow. That was Stephanie Minter. I feel like I know that name. Stephanie Minter. Was allegedly fatally stabbed by Abdul Jallo, a Sierra Leone national, at a bus stop on a Richmond highway in Fairfax County last Monday. She was found in the bus stop shelter with multiple stab wounds to her upper body and pronounced dead at the scene. Police identified Jallo, 32, as the suspect in her murder after surveillance footage and interviews revealed he was the last person with Minter and had exited a bus with her. He was arrested on Tuesday after a person recognized him entering a business and is charged with second-degree murder and petty larceny for an alleged crime that happened earlier in the day. Unbelievable. The accused killer had been arrested more than 30 times for a laundry list of offenses including malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, trespassing, larceny, firing a weapon, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and pickpocketing. Minter was described in her obituary as a happy, jolly individual filled with love and adoration for her loved ones and a beam of light in dark places. Stephanie will be sorely and dearly missed, with the world missing out on that beam of light we came to know so well. Though she has taken new wings, the beauty she brought into this world remains forever in our hearts. She is survived by her son, mother, 3 brothers, grandmother, numerous other nieces and nephews and friends. A motive for the stabbing is not clear. It's also unclear if they knew each other. He has no bond. So what was he doing? What was he doing out with all of those prior charges? That's really crazy. What is this? Deadly shooting as Snoop Dogg opens Nipsey Hussle's new burger store. When did that happen? Violence erupted at 3:32 p.m. near 3rd Street and Pine Avenue. A new, what was it? Oh, get out of here, you stupid thing. Gunfire exploded outside of a Marathon Burger location in Long Beach. Long Beach? Doesn't Evie live near Long Beach? The violence erupted around 3:32 p.m. near 3rd Street and Pine Avenue as crowds came out for the highly anticipated launch of Marathon Burger, a fast food chain founded by Hussle's estate. The Long Beach Police Department confirmed that the shooting involved multiple victims, including 1 fatality. The motive of the shooting and the suspect information remains under investigation. The Long Beach outpost was opened in partnership with the Broaddus family, including rap legend Snoop Dogg, who came out for the opening. Snoop was greeted by a sizable crowd of fans as he cut the ribbon. He was even seen flipping burgers in the back of the house. The violence reportedly began shortly afterwards. Eyewitnesses took videos that show one person being transported in a gurney. The shooting remains under active investigation. Wow. Okay. We know why the Nancy Guthrie. Crucial digital clues. Yeah, they're right. Okay. So I wonder. Family speaks out to FBI. He was trying to cure cancer. What is this? I really feel I don't even understand it. This is family speaks out after the FBI launched a terror probe into the 17-year-old's home chemistry kit. He was trying to cure cancer. Is this true? FBI hazmat teams were scrambled to an Orange County house following reports of suspicious activity by a 17-year-old. Hold on, let me get this down. We're not on Snoop Dogg anymore. We're not on this one. There we go. So they say that feds descended on a house in a guard-gated community in Irvine after the landlord reported seeing suspicious items at the residence on Monday. This is someone who's going to help cure cancer one day. He's not a terrorist, said the family lawyer, Charles M. Ray. People are afraid of what they don't understand. The incident started after the juvenile at the residence mixed unknown chemicals. Chemical formulas written on a whiteboard were found inside the house, prompting the FBI to bring experts from Quantico, Virginia in. But the student's family has insisted he isn't a terrorist, as they say the equipment that sparked the alarm was a standard chemistry equipment such as Bunsen burners and other school lab equipment. On behalf of the family and their 17-year-old son, we categorically deny the allegations that have been suggested and reject any implication that he poses a threat in any way, shape, or form, the family said in a written statement. The teenager who studies at UC Irvine is deeply committed to science, particularly biology and chemistry, and spends his time studying and developing education content for his YouTube channel. Oh boy. His YouTube channel contained 3 videos as of Saturday afternoon. The most recent, posted 3 months ago, featuring chemistry demonstrations and tutorials. Okay. He has a future ahead of him. He wants to go to medical school. Authorities have given a few public details about what they found at the house in the Ritzy Altair community, which has an average property price of over $5 million. The family has been barred from their house since Monday. As of Sunday, authorities have announced no arrest or filed charges and have repeatedly said there's no need for evacuations. The investigation was expected to continue Sunday. That's strange. Okay, let's see. Oh, my goodness. Hello, heart. Hello. What did I go over last night? What do you need? What does she need? Did Carolyn discuss what evidence? Yeah, well, kind of like the lamp, the blood, the, that stuff that we went over last night. Do you think it was staged? Do you think anything it was staged? Do you think the whole guy at the door was staged and that there's other accomplices and he's just a decoy to have people think that's who it is and he's really not sophisticated and he's kind of clumsy and this and that? I mean, do you think it's staged and there's other people and he's trying to say, hey, look over here? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I don't profess to know anymore. I'm almost ready to just say, this is it. This is gone cold. It's done. It's finished. It's over. They're on to something else. That's it. Hi 61. And who knows? Maybe just when you think that it's not going to be solved, there's going to be something all of a sudden, and they've got somebody. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know that tomorrow Corey Richens is on. That I do know. And let's see. What do you think, B-Lady? Did you think it would? What do you think? What do you guys think? I asked somebody today, what do they think? They're like, about what? I'm like, do you know about Nancy Guthrie? Not really. I don't know. And you know, hold on, I've almost done this, so that's good. Okay, I got it. I did it. Save. Yes. Confirm. Okay. So, I just had to do something. I couldn't even think about it until I did it. But I did it. It's done. Now, back here. So what do you think? You think, Mr. Shannon, that very well could be. I just wish the sheriffs would have let people search. What did Mr. Shannon say? Hi, Mr. Shannon. Hi, 61. The whole case is so odd. It is. I feel like regular people could have found Nancy. I don't know. Is Nancy even there? Seriously. You were cold earlier when you, yeah, it's going to get cold and then it's going to warm up here, but it's going to get cold for a few days. Might snow and ice tomorrow or something like that. I don't know. You know, what do you think? I don't know. If I had, I mean, if you had to put a bet down right now, is this ever going to be solved, or is it going to be another John Bonet? I don't know. There's only one little thing I'm thinking about, and it's not good. It's not good. I would have to know the filming of that desert law. Because if they're still filming that desert law, I can't, and I'm not conspiracy theorist or anything, but this is all so strange. It's all so strange. I don't know. I don't know. Missing persons are wait, where are you? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Zigzag? Oh, you retracted it. No wonder. I can't read it. Like I said, if missing persons are not found within 48 hours, the possibility of finding them alive really decreases. Yeah. The odd part of Nancy Guthrie says hi is that they never said the possibility that she was taken to Mexico. No, they said that. They did say that. They had sent somebody there, you know, and they said that the cameras would have got her and they don't think she's there. It's just so crazy. We had, what'd you have? Here by me we had 22 inches. Look like way more. Yeah. Crazy. I don't know. I'm just starting to think all kinds of crazy things, like this series has really, let me see if I can find out about when they're, I'm probably not going to be able to find about a lot of that. They're saying season 3 rumors, desert law. I don't believe them because they don't need ride-alongs. They just need their cameras, their body-worn camera. That's all they need. They can do voiceovers and everything else. So the season could be filming anytime, even if the A&E cameras aren't rolling. Right? Now I want to look at something else. I'm all ADD tonight, so bad. Hey, if you're not a member of the channel, how about you become one? We do things like, we're probably going to be watching some documentaries. Scooter and I we're looking at one that it's a great way to support the channel. Richens, let's see here. Or gift a membership, that's good too. We appreciate it. So I want to see this undercover. Okay. So they said that the Time Court TV killed the career of an undercover officer. Unbelievable. I'm getting tired. Let's see what we got here. I'm just looking for something for Corey for a second. I want to see if we can see who the witness is. You know, I had this stupid witness list. I don't know what I did with it, and now I can't get it anymore. I don't know what the heck is going on. Hold on a minute, let me try. Come on. There we go. It's not helping. All right, so, it's the last chance to shop on Jones Joy, okay? So that was the last chance. That was your last freaking chance to shop. You guys lost out on it if you didn't shop. My contact lens is flipping in my eye. Okay, I have to figure out what I've got here. I don't even understand. Okay, back to you guys. So Corey Richens is starting in the morning. Did I already put that out there? It's, or I hope I did. Just tweet it all out there. I think I did. Who's this? Okay. Sorry, guys. I know I'm all over the place tonight. It's like... I'm coming back to you. We're going to do the... I think I'm just going to do... Hi, Albert. Did you say? Who? Oh, Hart. I thought you said Albert. I haven't tried big lizard like this. I think that... I don't know where the freakier thing is. To see, I need to get to where I'm live here. That's the one that I want. Springtime, yeah, it's ridiculous. When is it coming? Tell me. I'm so... I want to get out. I want to walk. I feel like... Even Scooter said today she's never didn't feel like this, like... And she gets out a lot. Not in the car she does, but I'm saying I just want to get out. Carolyn, scroll up, please. Okay. Carolyn, I sent you something to your Facebook. Did you see it? Could you take a look, please? No, I didn't see it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go to my Facebook. Hart, did you send it to my personal Facebook? It's weird because, or did you, oh wait. The last thing I have from you is February 21st. Did you send it to one of my business pages? Let me check that. The last personal thing I have from you is like a video. Let me see. Okay, I'm confused, Hart. I have nothing on True Crime Chat. Did you send it to Mommy Ramblings? Hart, I don't have anything from you except from March 21st. Hold on, let me see. It's nothing there. It's a video from, not March 21st, February 21st. Not March. Did I say? I'm really losing it, I'm telling you. Can you send it in Slack or something now? Because I don't have anything. Sometimes that happens to me on Facebook. I think I send something to something and it doesn't go through. Can you try and please redo it? Please redo it. Yeah, please try to send it again. Your home is peace and quiet. Yeah. I'm not sure how to what I sent. Can you just tell me what it is in the chat? Just tell me what it is, because now I'm like all freaked out. I don't know what it is. Hi, Jen Grill. Just, yeah, see if you just tell me what it is. Please tell me what it is. I had some 10-foot and 12-foot sunflowers. Oh, I used to have a lot of sunflowers. Yeah, all of that. And then my deer would eat them right when they're ready to, they'd chomp them right down. I want to look at what a javelina is. What is a javelina? Looks, I know it's a rodent or something, but well, there's nothing there, White Angel, so it wouldn't have mattered if I checked it because it's not there. So, Nancy's case. Oh, okay. Scared me for a minute. Yeah, they were just ready, and they just chopped them. It was horrible. I'm gonna look up a javelina in the meantime. I want to see what a javelina is, and if anybody has a javelina as a pet, because the ones I saw in this video, I don't know if they're real or AI. They looked really cute. Who knows? Oh, wait a minute. They don't look that cute up front there. I saw them in a picture and they were little tiny, like really tiny. And they're a little big over here, these javelinas. Oh, they don't look nice. Not like this, they don't look nice. And of course it's going to go over there because it wants to be just a little jerk. This one looks a little bit cute. Kind of looks like a little, I don't know what it looks like, a horse pig or something. So let's see what a javelina is. Javelina, look at this, most commonly refers to the Love Shack fancy javelina wool coat. Okay, so but here's the javelina. It says, these animals are often mistaken for pigs. It makes sense since they have a snout like a pig. Long canine teeth and short legs, but they are not that closely related. Javelina and pigs have a common ancestor, but javelinas live in the Western Hemisphere, where pigs inhabit the eastern hemisphere. Javelinas and pigs have been separated for almost 40 million years of evolution. They are also known as colored peccari because of the lighter ring of hair around their neck and shoulders. Peccaris can live in large family groups, though young males sometimes travel around on their own. Humans can often sense if a javelina has been close by because they cause a stink. Ooh, boy. You definitely not want to have them as a pet then. Javelinas are quite ripe. Oh, boy. But for a good reason. They emit a musk from a gland near their rear. Javelina in a family group will rub against each other's glands, causing a javelina handshake. Oh boy. So that the individuals' scents mix and transform into a group perfume, but they have poor eyesight. This family scent is important to help keep the individuals together. Ever had a javelina knock over a trash can and make a mess, or wander through the neighborhood to munch on pumpkins in the fall? Sometimes it can be tricky for humans and javelinas to coexist. They're herbivores, feeding on the fruits and pads of prickly pear cactus, a prickly pear, in addition to mesquite, beans, agave, shrubs, grasses, and the roots of various plants. However, they might feed on lizards, dead birds, and rodents if available. Javelina are eaten by mountain lions, bobcats, jaguars, coyotes, and humans. Humans eat the javelinas. Humans eat the javelinas? You want a javelina sandwich today? Wow. Javelina can be found in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, through Mexico and south all the way to Argentina. Javelina live in desert washes, saguaro and palo verde forests, oak woodlands, and grasslands. Houses that are close to washes will likely have a javelina in the neighborhood, and are a usual sighting in Tucson, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA. All right, javelinas live in a large family group called a squadron of usually about 10 members. Each family defends a territory which includes their sleeping and feeding areas. They communicate with each other through smells and sounds. Young javelinas are called reds due to the rusty color of their hair. They usually have 1 or 2 babies at a time. Females can have babies at any time of the year. Javelinas. Okay, so there we go. Now we've learned about the javelina. You learned something new. I bet you somebody learned something new today. I bet you somebody did. They look dog-like, getting in garbage like raccoons. Yeah. Javelinas. Okay. Let me get this one down. I saw a really cute picture of like these little javelinas. They looked really cute. And I thought, oh, do people get them as pets now? I realized don't, because they stink. You learn something new? Good. Because everybody should learn something new every day, at least one thing. All right, let me take one more perusal over here. Forensic. Okay. There's it has completely, the Twitters have completely died down about Nancy. Gone. It's I'm sorry, this is turning cold. When I checked earlier when I came on, and then I did the latest, the exact same there hasn't been any tweeting or anything. I think this is going into really cold case territory now. Okay, let me look at something else. Let's look at something else. Let's look at Corey. I can't believe Corey Richens. Really? See, it's so split. Some people say the state is doing a terrible job, and then other people say the defense is doing a terrible job, and so if you look at this, they're a bit pricey, as they aren't presses, but they are from Canada, so thanks to free healthcare, they aren't crazy expensive. So I'm putting text around. I really don't think... I still think she is going to be found guilty. I don't know. I think some people just want to create drama on YouTube for clicks and views and just say, "Oh my gosh, is she going to get off?" I don't think there's any way. It doesn't matter how bad things look. There's really Timu. There's a lot of criticism for both. A lot of really bad criticism for some people. I mean, like, I don't know if some of these people are going to have the thick skin to go through it. There's a lot of really bad stuff about people in this thing. Somebody said to put a picture of the judge and against the seal, and he looks like totally dejected, and they said they are slowly breaking this man. He was losing it that day. He really was. So they showed the undercover officer. Whoopsie, that's going to leave a mark. Somebody said, oh my gosh. I would be surprised if this last witness will not be coming back to the stand. Huge error. Could have been the court's fault or the cameraman's fault. Whatever the case, this was not good. The attorneys are going hard on the witnesses for selling the drugs to Corey, but if she didn't request to pay for them. Okay. Did Court TV's cameraman just get admonished by the judge? I need you to stop recording and transmitting. Yeah, well... No one told them this was a protected witness. I think we all at home realize they shouldn't be showing him before anyone else. I know I was in the kitchen asking the TV why they were showing him at the minute he said what he does now. I'm sure you all were too. The poor man, career now gone. How is the career now gone? How many people do you think are watching the Corey Richens trial? Come on. Is that what happened? And poof, the stream is gone. I don't know, that's stupid. They didn't really make a big freaking deal about. Let me see here. Come on. I never got, trying to see something here. State's brief. Okay. The walk the dog letter, which incident report. I wanted to see something from Corey from a long time ago. Okay, when's this from? Heber City police have to hand over a cell phone belonging to a former employee of Corey Richens, William Hayden Jeffs. That's the guy that died, right? Worked as a handyman. He's the second employee of the chemist's mother. Da, 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 da. Search warrant does not indicate when Corey may have contacted her handyman for fentanyl. Jeff's 35 died in a motorcycle accident. His cell phone was seized by Heber City Police Department. This is Corey's. Here's the house, and I want to look at that house. Is that house still around, that house? Because Eric owned it prior, right? Prior to her moving in. Let me see what her... I just want to see Corey's... $106. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Wait, stop it. Stop that. I want to see what this is. Oh, that's stupid. Okay, sorry. You know what? They said that that looked like the Brady Bunch house. Does that look like the Brady Bunch house? It does not. But I'm trying to see. No, 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 no. That's not what I want to do. I just want to get this. Somebody said, oh, somebody told me there was going to be a blood moon for 48 hours or something. I think there's going to be a full moon because everything seems so weird. I feel weird. Everything seems weird. Things that I saw before I can't find anymore. I feel like everything is a conspiracy now. I don't know what the heck is going on. All right. This is not the one. That's not what I wanted. I want her home address. It's for this one. They were giving me that Midway mansion. I don't want that. Oh, wow. Isn't that funny? They blacked it out. They blotted it out on Google Maps. They do that sometimes with houses that are involved in crimes. That's interesting. Yeah, they blocked it out there. But I don't want to see it on Google Maps. That's not what I'm looking for. That is weird, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm not even going to worry about this anymore. Let's play the word game or something. I don't know. Let's play the word game. I'm getting tired. We've got a trial in the morning. You guys are probably really tired too. Hi, Amy. Not a bunch of drug dealers are watching. Not a bunch of drug dealers are watching. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the freak they did the Streisand effect. It was so dumb, so stupid. And hey, Amy, I'm not going to say anything, but I pulled the trigger on what we were talking about tonight. So that part is set. I'll tell you about it later. Okay. So that's probably why I'm all like in a tizzy. Hold on. Okay, so let's see now. Carolyn, stop. Why am I stopping, White Angel? Why? What am I stopping for, White Angel? Why am I stopping? Okay, tell me, ask me. We didn't have an auction today. I know. It was impossible. My day took a different turn. We'll have it another time this week. There's only so many hours in a day. I'm waiting, White Angel. What question? No cheating. Okay. Yes. I just read about a herd of javelinas. Let me think about it. I just read it. Hold on, let me think. And I'm not cheating. I'm thinking in my own head. It was something like it was something familiar. It was a familiar term. And I'm trying to think. You'd hear me if I was typing. I'm not typing. I'm thinking in my head because I just read it. I almost want to say a scoundrel, but it was a familiar thing, familiar word. It was like they live in families of about 10. I think it started with an S, but I'm trying to think. It wasn't a pack. It was something very familiar. It wasn't something like a rafter of turkeys or a murder of crows. It was a very common word. I'm drawing a blank on it now, and I just read it. It was like, it wasn't a pack, it wasn't a tribe, it wasn't a troop. Squadron. It did start with an S, right? Squadron. Is that right? Am I right with the squadron? I'm pretty sure. And I didn't cheat. I was sitting here eating crackers, so I did not cheat, and you would have heard me typing. Hands up. Is it a squadron? See? Still got that memory retention there. I don't know how I just got that. Is that I knew it was an S. I don't know how I thought about a squadron. Came back to me. Well, what do you think, guys? You want to do a 30-minute call? I'll let the chat decide. Let's let the chat decide how tired they are. I could do 30 minutes. That's about all I can do, but see what the chat says. How tired is the chat? Hi, Mr. Wu. Let me know, chat. Do you want to do 30 minutes? You want to take a 30-minute call? Okay, I'll send you the number and we'll do a 30-minute call. And White Angel, you are the timekeeper. And when the 30 minutes is over, White Angel, I want to see you put a whole bunch of stop signs, okay? You be our timekeeper so I don't stay up too late, okay? Can you do that? What am I looking for? I need my Zoom number. Where's my Zoom number? Zoom. You're the timekeeper. You keep the time. When he gets up here, you do 30 minutes. You're good at that. Okay, and I have your email. I know I do. I'll just send it to the email you sent me. White Angel will do the timekeeping. White Angel will do the timekeeping. You got it, White Angel? I don't know. You have to ask him. What do we call him? Space. You've been under the weather? Are you going to keep the time? What, Andrew, you going to be the timekeeper? Okay. Counting on you. 30 minutes. That's why you made toast that I smelled all the way here. I smelled it all the way in upstate New York. She was making it in downstate New York. That must have been crazy. You get your toast and then I smell toast. That is wild. That is wild. I do feel like I could go for some toast with some jelly now. I don't know. He's gonna call. Is it the Slack? Yeah, did I put it in there? Did you get in there? Did you get in there, Amy? Let me see. It would be the last number in Slack. Did you get in here? Let me see. Oh, I think you are, right? You got in? I just tagged you. See if you're in there. Where's the... Now I have to get back to the chat. Okay. There we go. Oh, okay. Do we know who is supposed to go up on the stand? No, I don't know. I don't know what I did with my witness list. I have no idea. So it's a surprise. It's a surprise. I hope her lover that she kicked to the curb comes up. That'll be fun. I am the only one that's up tonight. Everyone else is snoring away or just sleeping into the night. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me 3, 4, 5, 6. I know I'm slacking. I don't know. Where's our callers? Crawlers, you have 30 minutes. Where are you? You're burning your time. You know what? While we're waiting for the caller. Oh, no, there they are. See? I knew it. I knew that if I said that, they would come. That's exactly what always happens. I always go, whenever I'm waiting for something, I say I'll do something else, and then the caller comes. Well, not the caller, whatever it is you're waiting for. Hi.
Hello, how are you doing tonight?
Good. Do you have a name we can call you?
Oh, Space Cat.
Space Cat. Okay, that's Space Cat.
Okay.
Okay, because White Angel wanted a name to call you.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a really long call last night, so that got me thinking about a few things. I went back and looked at your previous streams where you were showing the picture of I think the guy from Jordan, the suspect with the Range Rover car,
Right.
in that stream. But there were two other pictures that you didn't show in that stream. I don't know if you found them or showed them in a different stream.
I probably,
If you just,
I was cautious because I didn't want people to be like, oh my gosh, they're
yeah,
fingering me. So the only reason I ended up showing Luke was because it was made public and he was detained. But I don't think I showed the MG guy that owns that motors. That's Zach, right? That's Zach. And the guy in Jordan. Because he was
okay.
saying he was
Well,
getting all these messages from people, and he's like, "What the heck?" And
yeah, yeah. I was just going to say that. Well, I guess you've seen the other pictures yourself or something, but the one the one that you had in the stream, that's not the guy that I thought matched up with the eyebrows and stuff. It's another.
it's the other guy. It's
Um,
probably the guy that's
yeah,
in Jordan.
yeah. Well, I don't know. The one that you had the picture of, I thought was the one you said was from Jordan. That's not. It's
No,
a different one.
I think I had Luke up because he was the one that was detained, and that they
Now,
put that out.
okay. Now, is he the boyfriend or relationship with Kayla,
Yeah.
Luke?
Yeah. And he's the
Okay.
guy with the Range
Well,
Rover.
okay. Now, that guy, though, I've seen a picture of him, at least with the Kayla, the picture that I saw, and that's not the guy I'm referring to. He does not look like to me at all. He's clean shaven in the picture that I saw, which is not the same as the picture you posted in your stream.
Right.
So there's a guy that's the boyfriend or relationship with Kayla, and he's the one that I said was knowledge or had been human trafficking or knew about crossing the border with people, and then getting them in here illegally, like a coyote or something.
Right.
That was the connection with Kayla that I saw in a different stream, and it was a JLR guy that had pictures of him and was talking about them. And he gets this stuff from other sources, so he's just
Right.
using his phone to show you what he found or somebody sent him. But yeah, there's a third guy that he had a picture of, and the eyebrows really and the eyes really matched up. But it's not the boyfriend of
Okay.
Kayla.
Yeah.
It's a different person, whoever that is. And I'd have to go back and find his stream and all that. But anyway, I just thought I'd give you an update about that, because we talked about that last night, the pictures and things like that.
Right. And
And
that
and then
video, did you see my message? I'm I'm usually pretty spot on, but with the thing that's really bothering me, I went back to listen to that video last night. I couldn't find it in my history. I'm like, what the heck? That only happens when a video's been privated or it's been deleted, right? So I'm thinking like this, that's crazy. So I'm going to look for it. Can't find it. And then I came up on all those AI type videos you said, right? But there, I'm looking at when the channels were created. A lot of them were created in August, some in January. They have a few thousand subscribers, but their videos are getting a lot of views. They're almost all the same. It's almost like it's the
Well, you
exact
saw the
same.
two links.
Yeah.
You saw the two links I sent you, I
I
guess.
saw
You
those
got
after,
those.
yeah, and then one of them I think was the one, but my feed was loaded with them today. And so when I went to the
Mhm.
channels of these, like they had George Will, but they had him, some of them had him, his lips were perfect with his stuff, and some it was so off, it was horrible. But
Oh yeah,
if I
yeah.
had seen, like, I don't even know where the one is I saw last night. I got to the point that I was even
Hmm.
saying, did I even see this? And was that like, what the heck? Because it was just gone.
Hmm.
And everyone,
Hmm.
so I said, well, these must be like it. Let's see if they have. And then they weren't. They kept putting that guy that had the two backpacks in there. At first, they started out just like
Right,
you said, all the facts, and then they started to weave stuff that did not fit.
right, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, totally inaccurate. I mean,
yeah,
from the reporting and stuff. But that's just what I'm saying. If you're just using Chat GBT or whatever it is they're using to create this, it can, it hallucinates. It can make stuff up,
oh yeah,
and they even think it might be because the person that's doing this video isn't that sophisticated about the case,
right.
or something. They're just
Yeah, they're
feeding in the
probably in
information
another
that,
country and they're just churning this out
yeah,
like nobody's business.
right.
Yeah,
I was just surprised that, the two links that I sent you, those have only been out like 2 weeks or less.
yeah,
They were very recent videos, both of them, and yet both of them had close to 500,000 views. One of them lesser than the other, but and they were the two most recent on that channel. But anyway, yeah, that's just, but it is extremely misleading. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, you were talking about last night, was to try to get some more background information on Nancy, just what her life and was like in the community and things like that. And then I will say that Tucson is sort of, because you were talking more where your background in New York State, and you're sort of in a smaller community area, so you have the
local
city
shops
areas are
and
less
farmers
spread out,
markets,
or
things like that. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. And I think in Tucson's case, from having been there and spent time there, it's a very kind of sparse desert environment, and things are spread out. So there might be like little shopping centers where the stores are gathered, because I did see,
yeah. There
but
were
they're all
outlet
very
malls and
modern.
stuff, and but outlet malls they tend. Usually, there's a high turnover
Right.
rate in those, and they have like college kids that come in. They go out. I know outlet malls. I never. They
Yeah.
seem to
They had a
just.
themed, they had a kind of an artistic one, or one that was, the only reason why I know it, that, and it looks like it's just been brand new built, like in the last, few years, where JLR, he was walking through, and they had a bunch of arts and crafts. So they had some little but it was very touristy and very, probably much not near where she lives. It's not like that was a little small community thing. And like I say, Tucson's kind of spread out. I would think they might have some place near where she lives that
Yeah, like
she
where
could go
Annie
to.
her
But
poetry or
see,
something was in a place where they did like I don't know if it's community theater and they had some
mhm,
artisans type stuff there. So I don't know
yeah.
where.
Well,
Yeah,
they mentioned,
yeah,
we know that Annie supposedly does custom jewelry, or does somebody's mentioned
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
And she's written a
and
book
so
on
that with
jewelry.
the gym show
Mm-hmm.
being there, then she's probably it could be well connected into that kind of community as far as Annie goes. And then the mother, who knows, that because they're supposedly they've been, categorized as their caregivers, both Tommaso and Annie, were her main caregivers or something, or at least that's sort of, and they did stuff together. So, that there may be some association, like to find out what they maybe did together, on
Mm-hmm.
stuff if they went out for things.
Yeah.
But that was the only thing I was thinking about that. And then, I was thinking a little bit more about your idea of, it was your subject tonight, about, do you think that the evidence was set up, like some of it was staged or
Yeah.
set up for the investigators? And I know you went into the garage seeing that was a big thing for you.
Yeah, and do you know what I
But
saw today? And it's crazy. Somewhere I
yeah,
saw when I was doing some research, it said the garage door, what is it? The garage door log is what is needed to solve this crime.
hmm
And I
well,
told you, I have not seen anything about the garage door because they tell you, yes, the garage door opened at such and such a time, but they don't tell you if it opened after that,
hmm
how many times it opened before that day. How did Nancy get out to go to the Uber? Did she go out through the garage? Because it's, if she's going into the garage, right, when he's dropping her off,
hmm
that's probably because it's on the same level as the driveway, right? And it's easier for her to go in there rather than to navigate all the way around and go up there. And
well, yeah, she doesn't have any steps. See, from the front exit there, you have to step down a couple of steps,
right,
and there's that longer walkway there with the handrail. So in the garage, she could either just pull in,
right.
and she could get out and go in there, or or pull to the side of the garage and let it open and she walk in. But I don't, that's all very sketchy about all this logging stuff and everything. That would have to be a pretty modern
Yeah,
garage
that's
door
what
opener,
I'm
and
trying to think. I'm trying to
people
think what logs
people
that. If
yeah
they don't have an
people have to
alarm
know.
system, like when you have an alarm system, yeah, but she doesn't have an alarm system.
Right.
So what is
So
logging that garage door?
yeah, but she's lived there a long time. There may not. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is I don't know how nobody's come up to give it any information about what the garage door opener is, whether there's really an app connected to it or not. I don't really know that. I do know that in the very beginning, if you go back to the press conferences, it's the one where he was giving the timeline information. He said, the sheriff, and this is before he was probably backtracking and changing stuff and all that, and he was probably more naive about giving out information, maybe
Right.
being more careful to say things at that point rather than be confusing. Anyway, I'm just saying, in the beginning, he said there was no way that they knew the entry time for sure, that the 9:48 time, whatever it was that time was for the coming back, I think it was 9:48 in the evening, that time was not precise, that it could vary widely. He said almost, if I'm not maybe remembering it verbatim, but I think he said it can vary widely or a lot. Okay, so that entry time is nothing more than an estimate to the best of their, ability. So that sounds like they don't have a log for that when she could come in. And, you don't have to have, they're garage door openers that don't have apps. You don't have,
Oh yeah, yeah,
you're
sure.
not going to use your phone. To me, it seemed like she would just have the simple little clicker thing that
Right.
would open and close it, if
Mm-hmm.
she's carrying it.
Right.
But, and also even this thing, they make a big thing about 2 minutes coming in, but if you're dropped off right at the edge of your garage and your door at the other end of the garage, you go in, and she's used to that, walking that, and
Mm-hmm.
the fact that she took an Uber by herself, with a cane going to the place. She's mobile easily enough to get out of the car and in 2 minutes on a flat surface in the garage, get inside,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
close the door.
Mm-hmm.
But they did, but again, people make a lot of, I don't know why they do. They emphasize that 9:48 time all the time, the 2 minutes, when the sheriff himself said right from the beginning that that's not a set time. So that, I don't know how
See,
that
I
plays
thought
in
they
people's
said
theories
they
and
had that the
minds.
garage door opened and closed at this time. Now, how they knew that, I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean,
Well, the only way you would have the knowledge of that is that they use an app.
you're right.
That,
Or
to
yeah,
me,
or like
yeah,
let me
has
see.
to be an app because your clicker doesn't do that. Unless she had some really new, fancy featured garage opener.
Because
that,
see, like when you
the
have
ones
okay, if you think back to the Watts case, right? They had a Vivint security system, and it told you when
Mhm.
the doors opened and closed. But I don't think
Right.
she had anything like. I know she didn't have anything like that. But is there a garage door opener that she could have got that recorded that without being on a security system? I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah. Well, see, that's where, again, I don't know. I just think that there's confusion out there, and the sheriff anyway said right from the beginning that 9:48 time can vary widely, something to that extent. I mean, like it could even be 5-10 minutes off or more. I mean, the way it comes across to me. So that just can't. It's not that precise, the entry time, but how that plays a role into anything, I don't really, know one way or the other. But as far as staging the crime and stuff like that, I tend to just kind of lean away from that. That I think that's just my own gut feeling. I mean, I could easily be wrong, but I don't see that there would be any need to go take her out in and out through the garage as to taking her out. Because I think it's one of two things. It was a planned hit, something. I mean, a planned hit or a planned abduction. Or they're going to go in and then something went wrong with either the robbery or the other SA or whatever thing that went bad. That could easily take up the 41 minutes. But there's that blood inside that. And the broken lamp you've talked about. So there's some kind of a struggle or things being knocked over or her being assaulted.
But then they also said she was taken from her bed. So if you're taken from your bed, and then what's happening? You're having he's dropping you in the foyer, and you're getting up and you're hitting him with a lamp. It's so messed up. That's what makes me think that he either knocked it over when he was trying to carry her, or there was, there's some other reason. It's not like, or staged it to look like somebody came in, and I don't know. But then I also heard early on, people had mentioned shards of glass with blood. Did you hear that? And I don't know if it was supposed to be from the lamp or what. Maybe her blood, where they said it dripped in the foyer, maybe it was on those shards. I don't know. But, they didn't find anybody else's blood.
Some people were conjecturing about the camera lens being broken or something too, and maybe there were some shards from that falling down there. Or people thought they were maybe seeing that in the photos that the Brian guy had, but I didn't see anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it does seem like obviously the place was cased. I mean, that's pretty close to probably exactly what happened, and they knocked out the cameras and tried to destroy them. And I just don't think they were knowledgeable enough, in my opinion, enough to know that there would be any video left in a cache. In other words, they thought that's why they took the time to destroy all the camera stuff and everything, because they wanted to make sure they wouldn't be captured, whatever that, is. So, and they would, but yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just sort of stumbling over. I try to figure out what would be the motive to stage it, unless there's some obvious other motive that the police would jump to, I mean, you have to be doing a staging to sort of misdirect what the other obvious thing could be or what it is you're trying to, cover up. So you'd have to come up with some reason why they would go to the trouble to do that. I mean, if you're going to the extent of saying they're taking her out of the garage, then that means they took a lot of time to dribble blood, probably from inside the doorway, because they say there's sort of a trail that leads out that direction, and then everything on the outside of the door. All of that doesn't come across as very plausible to me.
Yeah, and I just
'Cause
looked
it-
this up
'cause it-
about garage door openers. If they
Yeah.
are smart garage door openers with Wi-Fi, they'll have real-time monitoring
Mhm.
through an app, and not.
Good.
Now, did she have that? Did she have it? Like, because her house was built she was bought in 1985. Did she
Right.
just replace these? Would have to be pretty new garage door openers.
Right. And that, if it's an old one, yeah, it's not going to have any of that fancy
That's
stuff.
what it says.
That's
It
what
would
I
definitely
mean.
not have that.
Yeah, you'd have to have had it replaced or something rather recently, in recent years and things like that. So, but
Yeah, so that's interesting.
yeah, I think, yeah, but yeah, it just doesn't seem like whoever was doing this crime was very careful about some things, like, like if they bought everything at Walmart, something happened inside the house and she was injured, that's for sure. And like we say, I can't, if it, and a lot of people say if it's a burglary,
Hi, Linda.
which I wasn't, that's not my theory. That's just a policeman that works that area that was on Brian's thing. You can listen to his whole thing about that, but because he knew there were break-ins in another part of town where the burglars were brazen. In other words, they were going in at night and people were in the homes, and there were a series of robberies that way.
But again,
So,
robberies, right? They took something and
yeah. So, and he was just leaning towards the idea that something happened right away, and so they, in other words,
but you
that
know
type of
what?
criminal.
Just think back. If this is like an unsophisticated guy or guys, they go there to rob, something happens. I think their first instinct would be, let's get the H out of here. Right? Let's just get out of here. I'm not like, let's load her up. Let's go get a car somewhere. We're going to have to take her somewhere. What are we going to do now? That just, I don't know. I still think they would grab some stuff and run.
Unless they were trying to interrogate her, see, for passwords, to get bank money out, whatever. In other words, on that level, where you're having to inquire her for information, that they needed to do some other related.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say something happened that she died or whatever, right? So, but I just still think they would just leave.
Right. Well, that's where you got to come up with the idea that since she was taken out of her bed, that there's some kind of transference of, in other words, they think there's some evidence there. If it's that type of crime, that criminal seemed to be sophisticated enough or whatever that they're going to have to take her body, to cover up this, whatever they did wrong. But again, that's all somebody else's theory. I mean, to me, that backpack, I think it just branches two ways. It's either they got the loot bags in that, you were saying the tarp and the bungee cords, all that wrap up. That's what I'm saying. I mean, to me, it comes more across like she's targeted.
Right.
Because they went to the back, they entered her bedroom, and whatever it is they needed to talk to her about or do, something happened that delayed them going straight in and out. So it's not like some kind of professional kidnapping, cartel type hit that's done like a real pro. It's somebody that's more goofier,
I'm even thinking, like a Christmas tree bag. They have some of those that are like made with a tarp material that's waterproof. They even have some of that kind of stuff on wheels. I don't know. I mean, but how would that, if that was the case, then how'd the blood get there? Did they put it there or did it really get there? It's just so weird if they're...
No. Well, that's what I mean. It's not like this is like some real pro hit. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's sort of botched, right? There's botching in this process. So I would think in this case, if it were, the blood thing is a simple answer that she was wrapped up in a tarp that's open-ended at the ends, you know, and the blood just drips out while they're carrying her out, unless she was injured. And, you know, which that's still perfectly plausible. She could have been standing at that doorway, since that's where the blood collected and then trailed off as it went towards where the car would pick her up.
I think it's so weird that there's not footprints in that blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if you got two people carrying her out or something, and if she's bled there, how is the guy? Watch that blood. You know, I don't know. I just think you'd have somebody stepping in it, and then there'd be a footprint on the porch, and there'd something. I just don't understand how no one stepped in it. That's why another reason it seems like it just seems like it's planted.
Well,
there.
that's the evidence that we don't know that the police are going to know, right?
Right.
Because they're going to have that fluorescent light inside, and they would have used that, and they would have used it out on the sidewalk, and they would pick up any smeared things. You would think that might have leaked out, because a lot of times that's the way they'll figure out what shoe it was they wore, depending on the tread mark from a marking, you know, on the floor. And if they stepped in the blood, you know, then that would leave some shoe marks. So, but who knows? Maybe they wiped up enough, or maybe there was some cleanup time there, you know, because of the time delay that could mess up evidence like that. Who knows?
Hi, Kara.
But
Murder says, who said she was wrapped in a tarp? No, we're just surmising Murder, just saying, like, did he have a tarp in the backpack, and did he wrap her in a tarp to carry her out? You know.
Yeah.
So,
right.
yeah.
So that's easy to get a hold of, and yet if you don't fold it up very well and all that, seal it off, you know, it's going to leak blood out the ends. So if it was like a pro hit, they would have had a body bag to zip her up in, you know, if they took her out dead.
Not even there's a lot of other bags, like, you know, he could have got a Christmas tree back. I don't know. There's big ones of those for really big trees and stuff.
Maybe it's that they botched it, and I don't know. It's hard to believe they would abduct her and keep her, and keep her alive part of the abduction. Why would they take her out? You know, I was thinking, like, maybe they panicked and didn't know what to do, so they were going to take her and decide what to do, and then leave her out in the middle of nowhere. But that doesn't make a lot of sense to go to all that trouble, unless she had some kind of like I said, some evidence on her, identifying thing or whatever. But then but if it's a case like that, then they're going to kill her anyway, right? And they're not going to want to release her after they take her away. If there's something where they got some, you know, there's evidence that's on her body, whatever. So.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. But I just see, like, you see, I don't know. Do you it's like going, I don't know. Is Brian Enton still there?
Yes.
He is?
Yeah, he was there today.
How much longer is he planning to stay?
I don't think he really indicated that. I don't remember him saying for sure, but he did say that the house is now turned back over. The family, there's no more sheriff out there. They used to have, you know, somebody with the sheriff department sitting out at the property, and that's all gone. And he said hardly anybody, and I think there was only one other, probably JLR or something out there, that one other person on the streets. Mm-hmm. So it's really vacated,
right?
Emptied out now, and maybe they're going to have private security watch the place or something. I'm sure they will. In other words, it's all been alarm systems been installed, and there's all video cameras all over the place, now. So, and if nobody's moving back in the house right away, I'm sure they're going to have it, checked, controlled with
Yeah.
security probably too for a while to see what happened, all that kind of stuff. But
Right.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like that now, like with everything that's happening in the world, this is just kind of gonna. Some people think there's gonna be a break, but like, I don't know. I think with Koberger, yes, it
well,
took
let's
56 days, but yes, they had stuff like that knife sheath that we didn't know, certain things about his car. Uh, you know,
hmm
I
hmm
just don't think the
well,
police here have. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But just is like it seems. I don't know. And I still can't stop thinking about that show. That it's like, do they want?
the show.
Yeah, that Desert
Well,
Lodge.
yeah, it could be a crazy person involved with that, right? I
Right,
mean,
and then
because
somebody was saying
the,
like, could it be a police officer or an ex-police officer or
yeah. Well, somebody connected with that show in some way, where
yeah,
they're going to. They can make that show really big and popular. They can make millions off of that. I mean, obviously, if it's renewed, they're going to have the Guthrie case in it. I'm sure they if they're doing everything they can to do that.
right,
They're probably have to withhold uh, airing it, until the case gets solved. But
yeah.
they're
But they have their body-worn
this stuff.
cameras, so even if there's not a film crew there, it's constantly being filmed because they all wear body-worn cameras.
hmm hmm
So yeah,
Yeah,
they don't need
yeah,
a film crew. They can just submit that. But
yeah. I don't know how the show's set up, but yeah, I just said. I mean, that's really reaching for it, but I mean, there are crazier things, there are that kind of crazy ideas that people will come up with, to be famous that way or do something. I, um, it could just be so many different really just easy explanations that, I mean, just a mentally ill person that somehow clicked in on the whole thing with Nancy and her daughter Savannah when that thing aired, and then plan some crime related to that. Could be something where they're trying to harm Savannah indirectly through the mother, or any other. Anyway, we've said all these things. I wish I
yeah.
could come up. The staging thing, though. I would like
Well,
to hear
but
of a
see, it's
good motive for
everything. It
that.
doesn't seem like there's anything that you could go, oh yeah, that's it. That's what happened, right? Or that's where it was.
Yeah,
Because there's always something that's like, yeah, but
yeah,
why? Or yeah, but who would do that? Or but why? And it's like nothing seems to fit. So that if they ever do solve this, I mean, but it's like John Benet Ramsey, right? There's certain things people think, there was an accident, the family didn't want to lose two kids, all that stuff. But I don't know. Was that was something to happen with Nancy that was an accident? I don't know. It just
yeah. See, they know more, and if Savannah's telling the truth about things, the word taken out of her bed,
bed taken out of her bed.
sounds
Yeah,
like and then about the blood, and you see the blood, so there's obviously injury, and because there's no ransom, there's no kidnapping, there's no finding her out in the desert anywhere. I mean, or dropped off somewhere. Then what's your other solution? Is that something bad really happened and they had to kill her, and whether that was the premeditated thing or not. I mean, the fact that the guy came up to the doorway and everything with a gun, right out in the open like that. But that, to me, now that seems sort of staged, right?
yeah, yeah.
Nobody wears pistols that way, unless he was just putting it there temporarily so he could grab it real quick. I don't, but it's a goofy thing, right? Or that's staged to show her that he's got the gun right away. When they come in to take her out of the bed, there's the holster with the gun, and he pulls it out. It's all performative, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that also could just show wild inexperience on some of that. I mean, that, like if he bought everything at Walmart and all that stuff, it's all very cheap, stuff, just all new looking, right? None of the stuff looked used and worn. So it's something that probably recently, the crime was recently thought of to be done, not something premeditated years ago, or a long-term thing. It's, to me, the most it would go back in time is that thing with Nancy and her daughter Savannah that got on the national television. That, to me, that would sort of be the very beginning of the timeline, if there's a connection there. That's about as far back as it would go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. It's blood. I just think you'd have somebody walking in it, and at least there'd be some transfer down the stairs or on the walkway.
Well, yeah, that's where, see, the idea of throwing her over the shoulder with her wrapped up in a tarp, and so the blood just goes by gravity, and their shoes are dry because they're in front of her. Her head's back behind them, dangling behind, unconscious, or unless she was still conscious or still alive. I mean, she could, if she's wrapped up and restrained, she can still be thrown over somebody's shoulder, and then her head draped from behind, and then the blood drips back behind you. See, so your shoes aren't getting in.
Yeah, but that's if there's only one person. Like if there was anybody in there with them or through the back. I don't know. People think there's definitely more than one person now, and
well, if anybody could say that those are really walkie-talkies on that, that's one theory that people have said, that in the pocket when he bends over, that could be a walkie-talkie. One of these detective investigators, she's married. She's either FBI or police or something, or some type of investigator.
Coffendorfer?
And her husband.
Oh.
Well, it's a married team, because her husband is also in police work, and she said that he swore that he thinks it was a walkie-talkie in the guy's pants. She can't see it, but she thinks her husband sees it. All right, everybody has a different opinion or whatever, but he's in law enforcement. I think probably at the level of a detective or some, crime solver on some level, because she was, I think, a detective or FBI or something. I just don't. There's a few of these women that have FBI or detective backgrounds, and I can't remember which one says it's the walkie-talkie thing or not, but one of them did think that it was. So there's somebody with some professional. Then of course, if you got the walkie-talkie, you got two people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it is strange why there would be, with two people, you would think they would just both carry her out. But I can still, I'll tell you how that can still drip out and still not have footprints. If she's in a tarp and her head is at the back end, you can have two people in front. It's like a tube shape. So one guy's up near the front where the legs are, the feet are, and he's got it looped around one of his arms, like probably under his left arm, and his helper guy's right behind him with the torso.
Yeah.
And yet the open of the tarp is still to the back. So you can still carry out using two people, her, and still have the blood drip out and not track. on, on their feet or anything. That's still very possible to do,
Yeah. I don't know.
Which to me, that indicates not like a super professional hit. Because if you were coming in that with a backpack and you were really going to do a hit and you really knew your stuff, you'd be bringing in a body bag, something that's going to seal her up totally, because you don't want blood dripping out.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to keep that, yeah, right.
To go where you walked and all that stuff. So it's botched that way too, whatever that is. So that's why I don't see it as like a super pro hit. Like, it could be crazy, like you hire somebody off the dark web. It just, they're not that professional, but they get to do it, and then you keep your just like I mentioned with the two teenage guys that did a daylight house invasion with a couple to try to get all their crypto passwords and stuff to steal the crypto.
Right. Yeah.
You remember that in the news? That's a recent thing. And I think that involved Arizona too.
Yeah, there's been ones. There was a horrible one in Connecticut, but then there was the one with the older. Are you talking about an older couple? And they ended up killing both of them. There's been the home invasions where they've killed, and they just kill them and they leave them there. So they didn't take the people with them. That's what it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they're.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that whole thing of just botching something and just that's almost like you'd have something happen and then you make the situation 10,000 times worse, right? It's like if you spilled something on your floor and instead of wiping it up, you just started ripping up your floor. Like, what's going on? Like, what? Now you've had a horrible thing happen here, but now you're going to take this lady, and then what? And then what? And then what? It's like, I don't know. It's just, it's, hi, Bucky. It's so.
Well, the nonsensical the nonsensical aspect of it points it towards mental illness or just incompetence on, like they thought they were competent enough, and they were to pull it off on that, but they're just not like pros, practice hitman, unless you're going to come up with the staging thing.
But see, then I also have to think, if you're really not a pro and you don't do this, okay, then you go in there, something happens with this woman, right? Now, oh my gosh, Larry, we're going to have to take her. Then what are we going to do with her? She's going to get in the car. She's going to get blood in the car. She's going to get DNA in the car. Why are we doing this? Then our car, we have to get rid of our car now because she's been in our car. And if they hadn't planned it, it's going to be ridiculous. I have boxes in the car. I have something in the car. What if they had, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just seems so crazy that I don't think they took her because of something happening. I think they took her because they were supposed to take her.
Yeah. Well, that's perfectly possible. I tend to lean that way and just think that they weren't that skilled at it. You're just the way you're. In other words, it's an intermediary crime, maybe, where they're. Well, anyway, I don't know. There's different ways to do the transaction where there's still where it could be a planned, hit or abduction, whatever.
Yeah.
And you still don't think of everything, and obviously if they just had her wrapped up in the tarp and she's leaking blood out the back and something like that, then I'm assuming she's going to be killed, or she already is dead, or she's unconscious.
Then wouldn't they just leave her? Like, if she was leaking blood, then you'd be like, oh, just forget it. Just leave her. We're not going to come back and clean this up. If they're taking her because, why would they take her? Because they think that she has some DNA of theirs on her? Or what? Why are they taking her?
Yeah, they got their DNA all on her. Because if they took her out of her bed, maybe there was a struggle getting her out of the bed, and that's where she got cut, and she got a scratch in them, or they had to wrestle the bed. I mean, if you're having to wrestle somebody and pull them out of the bed and all that kind of stuff, taken out of the bed, if you just want to take it literally from that viewpoint, the person, to me, seems smart enough the way the crime was, the way you see the video at the front. They may not be that sophisticated about the way they bought everything and all that, but they did have the backpack, probably with the tarp. Let's say it's to take her, whatever. But yeah, you still can have something happen that go wrong, and you get your DNA mixed in there. I mean, and if you're in there for 41 minutes, the police, these detective people say that it just depends on how well they swabbed everything up there and collected evidence, that you really can't stay in a house in 41 minutes without dropping some of your DNA, even with the clothing and stuff they had on. But the question is, do they get it? You know, can they get it and sift it from everything else that's going to be in there, you know, as far as the evidence goes.
Linda said she found out the bedroom was in the back of the house with the sliding doors.
What about that?
Linda said she found out today that her bedroom was in the back of the house with the sliding doors.
Yeah, I saw the drone footage. You can see that on different streams. They had the drones up when the DA or the attorneys came out and they surveyed the case before turning it over to the family. See, all that turned out to be accurate. You know, they were planning to turn it over to the family, because it is now. So they all came out and went through the whole crime scene. So you can figure out a lot of stuff watching the backyard there, what they were doing, even though you couldn't hear what they're saying. Just they're pointing around. In other words, if you're a sleuth and you've got some investigative experience or whatever, you could figure a lot out of what happened in the crime and how they entered or whatever, where the important points were. There was something, like I say, that they have a sort of a fenced off around the pool area and a gate where you come in from near the pool area, and they opened the gate there, and they were pointing around down on the ground in that area, indicating that maybe something happened there. And I don't know what that was at all, just that there something to the thing they wanted to discuss. And then they went back to the back where her bedroom was. That's what people were speculating, where the sliding doors were. And they had opened this door open, the sliding doors open, with the drone footage. So you could see down inside that room a little bit. It's all dark. It wasn't lit up, but you could see there was a carpet, like a throw rug, like a narrow one that went in the room, maybe 3 feet or so, that was at the doorway just on the inside. And there was like a smudge mark. I don't think it was shadow. People were saying smudge mark. So, of course, people are speculating, well, maybe there's some blood. There was a lot of blood there or something. That was on that carpet, that was in there. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, she was bleeding. But there's just certain things.
They spent a lot of time at that doorway. Yeah.
I don't know.
Sliding doors. And so that's how I'm sure that's how they think they got in, I'm guessing.
Well, here's the thing. Where are her hearing aids? If her hearing aids are there, then she was not even speaking to them, because they would have had to been screaming at her, because they said her hearing was so bad. So if her hearing aids are there, then they probably didn't, they probably just did something to her right away. Right? If her hearing aids are there, they never even tried to talk to her.
Well, that all I know is that, like we said, like I mentioned at the beginning of the case, I heard that the only and where that information comes from, because you really almost have to trace everything and source everything. And I don't remember who said it. Was a reporter that just said that her glasses went with her. So, and people, of course, were desperate to hear something like that. And that could be made up, right? Because people want to believe she's alive going out the door. So why else would you take your glasses unless you're still alive? So that could be a made up thing or whatever, but that's all I heard, is that the glasses were missing. That was the only thing that was taken, and the watch and her hearing aids and all that were left there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if her hearing aids were left
And
there, then that seals the deal for me. They never tried to even talk to her.
well, that that's that's a good point. You know, if the hearing aids were not inserted and they're there for 40 minutes, of course they could make her. You know, people tend to sleep with their watches. I mean, you know, those fit watch.
Oh
She had a
yeah,
fitness watch,
I
but
sleep with mine. Yeah.
do you take? You know, I don't know whether she take hers on and off because she has a pacemaker. I think she would leave it on, right? Because that goes with the pacemaker.
See,
The
the
watch
thing is
is
about the
connected.
watch, I think like the Apple Watch has something that it like if you hit it in a weird way, it'll say, "Did you fall? Are you okay?" But it's not like a
Oh yeah.
life alert. It's not the same thing as a life alert. And I don't know why she didn't have a
hmm
life alert. I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's things like that that don't make sense. Um, unless maybe unless they're not, that's something they're just hiding. I don't know. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well,
But it
the
wouldn't
life alert would have
because
probably
her
saved
watch
her
was
life.
because yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, the fact that her hearing aids are not. I mean, if it's true that the hearing aids were left there, then it doesn't sound like they were going to keep her alive, right?
Right.
You're not. You're going to. And that seems like they're leaving stuff behind that's not going to help her or them to be found out. So they make her. I think I would suspect because she had the pacemaker, she would have the watch on in her sleep at bed because that tracks your sleep and everything. It's an Apple that does your sleep patterns and checks your heart and all that. So I think that's left on. So they make her take that off, and then if they need to interrogate her or whatever, they could have her have the hearing aids in while they're there for the 40 minutes, whatever that is about, if they needed to talk to her. But that's a key point that if it's true, they're left behind and they're making her take them out. And now that's a really bad sign, I would think,
Yeah,
for
because you didn't want to be
life.
screwed. They
Because
said
you
her
need to,
hearing aid was very, very bad. Yeah.
yeah, and you need to be able to communicate with her if you're kidnapping her or abducting, you know, all that kind of stuff. You're going to need to still communicate with her. So that, to me, would seem like you do not need to communicate anymore with her if and it's left there with the watch. So if you could verify that, then that pretty much would seal it for me to think that, oh yeah, these people they've taken her out. She's either already dead, and in my opinion, she would be already unconscious or already dead on the way out if they're making her leave her watch and the hearing aids behind. Because why keep her alive? There's no reason to keep her alive outside the door
Yeah,
at that
but
point.
Kara,
I mean,
Kara says they might not have any idea she had hearing aids, but if they're trying to talk to her, okay, if they're waking her up and I'm trying to explain
yeah,
to Kara and say, "Hey, where you have any money here? You have any this here? You have any that here?" She
sure.
can't hear them, and she's going to be like, "I can't." She's going to probably just try to get her hearing
Well,
aids.
they would see the hearing aid would be right if she's not wearing them. They would. I mean, I don't know if it's how comfortable hearing aids, but you might just sleep in it. But the fact that I'm sure they were just left right by the bedside. If they were there, she takes them out. You know what I mean? I mean, that would be obvious if she was taken and they weren't just beating her up to kill her right there or something. She would point at her hearing aids or point at her ear. I mean, they're going to know she can't hear. Okay, I would think so. But like I say, the fact that then the hearing aids are left behind, that means they have no use to communicate with her
Yeah,
anymore or leaving the house.
right. Yeah,
So that's a bad sign. That's why it's kind of fun to talk through things like with
yeah,
somebody like you, where you can shoot ideas back and forth.
yeah. It
Because
is
I wouldn't have
because
occurred to
you don't.
me,
Yeah,
why. I mean, the
I just know
reasoning,
because I know some
yeah,
people that are hard of hearing, and it's really like it gets very frustrating. And you're like, "Do you have your hearing aids in?
sure,
Because this is ridiculous. I'm repeating myself 10 times." And so, if she had a really bad hearing loss, yeah, she's not gonna hear. The other thing is that I thought about, what if she took an Ambien? What if she took sleep aids? And
Hmm.
then what? And she was like, let's say she took them and they really knock her out. Have you seen some people that take sleep aids and Ambiens, or they're knocked out? Like, it's
Yeah.
very hard to try to wake them up. Um,
Hmm.
what if that was the case and they couldn't even wake her up? Maybe did they have to take her? Like, I don't know. Is that, then they would never have thought about the hearing aids if she was like not even
Hmm.
like with it. They
Yeah.
probably wouldn't have
Well,
thought
the
about
fact
any
is,
of the hearing aids or anything because she's,
yeah.
out of it.
Let's say if you're a burglar,
Mm-hmm.
all right, and you were going to go rob that house, and this is another good reason just for talking things out and kind of meditating on it, is if I was the burglar, I would not want to enter in a bedroom sliding door area at all. If I'm going in for the goods, I'm going to go in at that other back door, the other blue door that I would break into, because that's into a living area in the
Mm-hmm.
house.
Yeah.
And the person is not going to be sleeping there or up
Right.
there. You can easily, if you look at that door, it has windows on it and everything, so you could look in that doorway. So that if that sliding door where they came in, as that's got to be where they come in, because why would they be talking to the attorneys and all that back there? If it was a thing at the other, if they entered at the other door, then they all would have gathered there.
Right.
So this happened to the slide. Okay, so now what does that mean? I mean, you're an experienced burglar, and you're not. I mean, unless you're going to take care of the person there right away, which could be like the crazy sexual assault thing. But if you're trying to steal stuff, unless you're going to want to rouse her and talk to her for something as part of the burglary, like the passwords or, all that kind of stuff, you would never want to enter there and disturb her or wake her up. In fact, you would just see through the sliding doors and stuff that there she is, and let's go in at the other entryway, you know.
Right. Unless
And
they just
so it
left
sounds
that
like it's a
open
directed.
just as another, red herring to put in the case, right? Leave the door open. Let them think, where did they go in?
Hmm. Hmm.
Maybe
Well,
because
it's a.
I heard the back door was wide open. I mean, that's what we heard in the
Hmm.
beginning. And then, oh, we don't want to say what it is, he said, So I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think the proof of how they entered, when they gained entry and all that, was also because the gate from that pool is over at that same side of the house where the sliding doors are, and I assume her bedroom is.
Mm-hmm.
Because they said that she would come. I think people have said that she came out that sliding door. There's a porch area there,
Yeah.
and she would sit out on the porch too. So, and maybe, who knows? Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she feels so secure there she doesn't lock her sliding door.
Right.
A
Or
lot of people
forgot to.
don't. If
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
going in and if she's going in and out there on her patio, so maybe that's why they decided to go in there, because they don't have to break into anything. Because there's that idea that there's no fighting a broken glass or
Right.
breakthrough through any door. So that could explain that. But anyway, to me, if I don't know, if I was trying to commit some other crime that doesn't target her, I wouldn't want to enter at the sliding doors where she is, where she could push a panic button or whatever, because you don't know what you're going to encounter. She could even, if you don't know her
Yeah. What if
personally or
what if she had a
something, she could have
gun?
a gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right under her,
So,
right under her
you know,
pillow. I have a neighbor on the other side of the
yeah,
lake. Before she was an older one.
yeah,
She slept with a revolver under her pillow
yeah,
when her husband
yeah.
died. Okay,
And the
she'll
fact,
shoot you in a
also,
minute.
yeah.
Yeah,
And the fact
yeah,
he has a gun, with him too, that's like over the top with the robbery thing too, to me. Now I'd say that's another reason I would discount the robbery idea too, because you're carrying in a gun, and if you get involved in a crime where you're going to shoot somebody in a robbery too, then that escalates your prosecution a lot. You know, you're assaulting with a deadly. In other words, you get a much more severe sentence, prison sentence.
Yeah.
And that police guy said, people that rob enough, they usually have records. You know, too. They're going to have a record if they're going in and breaking in when people are even in their homes at night. This is an escalated individual too.
Yeah.
In other words.
And just because somebody's going in to take something, right, doesn't mean that they're up to doing, committing a murder or killing someone and taking them out.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think it has anything to do with. I just keep going back to that. This was targeted. They were told to get her out of there, but who would want that? Then it goes back and forth, and it's just, you know.
Well, I kind of discount now after talking to you about these other ideas that it's not a burglary gone wrong, because that none of these things add up for that, even if it's botched because.
No, because it's like opens up a can of worms. Like, right? What are they driving? Like, what if they're like in a Honda Civic, okay? And it's like he's got a bunch of stuff for work, tools or whatever in the back. You know, it's like if they're not planning on taking somebody, that's going to be a big thing, okay? Like people, go to buy a TV or something, and they're not prepared. They've got to maneuver stuff. They don't have time to do that. And then, what if she gets blood all over the car? Then I'm going to have to get rid of my car. When am I going to get another car? I've got to go here. It's just a can of worms. So I don't think they would just take her if something went wrong, because that would just be too much. So then I go back to that they were there to take her, or he was, or whatever, to take her. Yeah.
Yeah, she seems to be targeted more so.
But who would want her gone? Who would want her gone?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if it's like, listen to this, I'll tell you this, okay? Can I tell you a story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I live on a beautiful private lake, but love everybody here. This guy moved in, I don't know how many years ago, but he got to the point where everybody could not stand this guy. And this guy was outspoken. He was, if I would go on my dock to go swim, he would take a chair and just stare. Just in this, it was horrible. Like, okay, and everybody was like, this guy has got to go. Anyway, before they moved, and they're gone now, he did like some real shady stuff with the Lake Association because he didn't want somebody building a house here. So you know what he did? He forged a letter that said it was from the whole Lake Association up to Albany in New York to say that these people should not be granted the ability to build and signed it, the entire Lake Association. Well, it got back, and they were outraged. We had a meeting. It was crazy. Anyway, that really made him not liked. And he did some things to me because he used to come to the bottom of my driveway and light off bottle rockets up my driveway. I called the police on him because I had real little kids at the time. The police said, "You cannot be doing this." He said, "Oh, I can't believe I'm getting in trouble for this," right? So one day I went down to the bottom of my driveway and there was a for sale sign. And I said, "Oh my gosh, you are such a jerk, Dan," right? I thought he did this. So my husband went down there, he grabbed it out, he threw it across the road onto this thing. Years later, we found out after he moved, my son's friend Anthony did it as a joke, right? So he said, when your mom came and you came up to the house and your mom was like, "Do you know what that moron did? He put a for sale sign on the house." He goes, "I couldn't tell her that I did it." So yeah, I said, I found out years later he did it. But anyway, what I'm trying to get at, what if she had a wacko neighbor like that? That for some reason wanted her out of that house. They have a homeowners association there, right? What if there's some wacky guy that wants to buy, let's say he wanted to buy her house. for some reason. And oh my gosh, how long are you going to live there? You're 80, 84 years old. Come on, sell it, right? And no, I'm not selling the house. You know, I've got a daughter that wants to move there. It's right across the street. You know, it's right, whatever. What if that happened? Because you have to ask yourself,
I think
who would want her gone?
I would think, yeah, something like that. I think the person will be caught, you know, because that's too close proximity or too inner circled.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm just
there's there'll be a connection there in some way, you know, eventually. I mean, it'd be hard to.
But you got to just think, who would want her gone? Like, who would benefit from her being gone?
See, because you've got the internet now and all this wild stuff with social media and crazy crimes, people hiring teenagers, you know, to commit crimes, and the teenagers don't even know each other, but they're going out and trying to pull off a multi-million-dollar, you know, $100 million crypto heist. There's just all this craziness, so you could hire somebody that way and keep yourself at a distance, you know. So I mean, if the person that did this, if that's a person for hire, then it seems to me like it's going to be harder to connect them back.
Okay.
You know,
White Angel said, "Time's up tonight, and we can continue this earlier tomorrow." Yeah, you should come on earlier tomorrow. Because there's a lot to talk about. Like, you have to think about, and your guys' homework could be, think about who would benefit from Nancy being gone. Because it might be something we're not even thinking of. You know, because it's not that it was money or a ransom, so it's not that. It's somebody that would, I think, really wanted her gone.
I think you have to, I think at this stage, since we don't know a lot of the evidence that's inside the home and stuff, but the clues there were a lot of clues with that, with the drone footage and the walkthrough with the attorneys, to me, that helped me a lot tonight. So, but I just have to, you know, the way I think about it is in probabilities. You know, you just, because there could be several, at this point, you know, you have to think of probably 5 different solutions and prioritize them, right, as to what did it. So to me, after talking to you tonight, I sort of had the robbery thing up higher because of the police officer guy that knew about robberies and the brazen break-ins there. But now, based on all this other stuff we talked about, I don't think this was a robbery. Okay, so now, then that makes me think about the backpack. Okay, so that's not a loot bag there. That's, to me, like a tarp and a targeted.
Yeah, I think they were there to get her out. That's what I believe. And you know what's so funny is that that couple in Ohio, it's not funny, it's weird, I mean. In Ohio, the dentist and his wife that were murdered, right? And then their children were left in the house. And when people said, oh, I think it's her ex-husband. Her ex-husband, okay. They've been divorced, like, it was like 9 years. She was married with 2 kids. Like I said,
recent dentist case?
Yeah, and I said, this is so strange, right? Now, this is a case that was really strange because I said, if this guy is this jealous or whatever, that he's going to come and kill them both now. Why didn't he kill them when she announced her engagement? Like, why did he let it go to an engagement, to a marriage, to 1 kid, to 2 kids? And then I said, come on. And then all of a sudden one day he's going to say, you know what? That really pisses me off. I'm going to go from Chicago over there to Ohio, kill her and go back to Ohio. Like, it just didn't make sense to me, but it's what happened. So it's like.
Well, and thinking about this with probabilities again on why this crime was committed, that's why I would escalate the NBC television special in November about Tucson and her mother and her history and all that. That's that random connecting point. In other words, something in their backgrounds or something maybe sparked something out of the past or maybe the present because of her controversial political or the daughter's more public, because that creates a lot. There's a lot of crazy people, right?
Yeah.
And there could be a lot
But
with
see,
a political
that's why
polarized
I think,
environment.
okay, that brings me, the political stuff brings me more back to that homeowners association. Was there anything, that's why I want to know more about how involved Nancy was. Was she not
Yeah.
voting for something? Was there something they wanted to get passed and she was the block? I don't know. What if a neighbor was like that crazy that he said, you know what? I'm just gonna go over there to Mexico and get some guy and get her out of here. You know, there are people, especially as they get older. I mean, this guy around me, he was scary, and I'm telling you, everybody ended up being like, this guy's got to get out of here. He's a flipping nuts. And
Yeah.
yeah, what if you have someone like that? That's just, I don't know. He could even have like sometimes
Well,
when people start losing their minds.
Wouldn't he probably be known to the neighborhood though? Like, because he wouldn't have just isolated his.
Yeah, but maybe he did.
idiosyncrasies
Maybe
or
he
his
hired
weird-
somebody, and he's like a burly guy. And oh, you think I did it? I wouldn't do that to her. What am I gonna do? Look at me. I'm using a cane or whatever. You know, like I'm not gonna do anything to her. And they're like, yeah, how's he gonna do anything to her? They're not thinking that he hired somebody to do it. I don't know. I'm
Right.
really, out there now because it's got to be somebody that benefited from her being gone. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about stealing stuff. They wanted her gone.
Well,
That's
and
where
that's
I
why I load the high probabilities in on this NBC piece with the daughter, and that could be any number of things there, political, old relationship, but something sparked it. In other words, that created it within this person's mind eye, whether he personally knew them or didn't, because you can just have all these crazy obsessed people. And then it could even go as crazy as somebody involved in this silly Netflix stuff with the crime scene thing there, or like you say, something very local, personal, that would benefit. To me, I don't see, a lot of people keep wanting to focus on the Tommaso and Annie thing.
Right.
And I don't see there's any financial thing with them and any of that, to me.
No, it would
And
be
they
a
had
long time.
fairly-
It would be held up anyway to get money.
Yeah.
And, but I just think whoever
there-
it is, it could be like,
Yeah.
you might not even be thinking, and people might not even be thinking, because sometimes haven't you heard things where you're like, oh my gosh, when I heard this dentist was carrying a grudge for 9 years, because like normally it's immediate when like, oh my gosh, she's getting married, like that's the trigger. Why do you wait 9 years? And then you would say, okay, if he waited, then she got married. Then when she got pregnant, he'd lose his freaking mind, right? But no, she had 2 kids, and then all of a sudden he just decides, So it's like, it's weird. So maybe there's somebody
Well,
that's carried
and
a
see,
grudge for a long
isn't-
time against Nancy, maybe
Yeah.
maybe 10 years.
But just so you can, the other thing that's odd about that too is, isn't that person a medical doctor?
Yes.
I thought
Yes.
he was like a surgeon,
Yes.
a fairly well
Yes.
regarded person. So there you go. So you see even people that are intelligent, that are well accomplished, and do these really wacky things just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is anybody carrying a
can't-
grudge for
yeah.
Nancy for 10 years about something?
Yeah. Or I would also lean to Savannah too, just because of her publicity and her profile, because she's got literally hundreds of crazy people thinking all kinds of crazy
See,
things
but
about
I
her.
just think if it was against Savannah, they'd go closer. They'd go to try, just like Taylor Swift, like especially in New York City. They went over there. Her stalkers like went right to her place. They didn't go to her mother or father, So I don't know. I think they would try to do something to Savannah
It's the timeline. Yeah, I would debate that it's the timeline. It's because she's got in the news with her mother that's the triggering spark, that caused it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ever happened, probably. Something that's with
But
this
her mom's
individual
been on the show and everything with Savannah. So like, yeah, I don't. I don't know. I think
Yeah.
I think it's going to be something that we're not thinking, and it's going to be like, oh my
Hmm.
gosh, this.
Well, knocking her out of the Olympics is a financial benefit. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, and
that could be like, but
getting,
who benefited from
getting,
her not being at the Olympics? Who went in her place?
right, you know, or just, or the reason the motive could be some other odd thing why they did that to her too for political. I don't know, because these are just all probabilities. But to me, since we, since I don't think it's a robbery gone bad, just because the way we sort of dissected what more we found out,
Yeah.
I mean, thinking about how the crime scene was done and carried out, it still could be, some kind of vengeance thing, like you said, or some motive with the crazy homeowners thing. I mean, something that way. I think if it's in
I
close
think
though,
if it
like
was with
that,
Savannah,
it,
like it would be, I'll tell you, it would be somebody wanted her job at the Today Show, maybe. Somebody wanted to
well, sure,
see
yeah,
for her
just
not to come back. Um, could they
right,
guarantee that this would take her? Like, I mean, it's pretty extreme, okay? Because there's a
yeah,
lot of other things like a shady person like that could do, like create a scandal, write about her, say she did something to her. There's like so many other scandals if somebody was trying to do something like that to then to go, well, let me just go have somebody kidnap her, take her mother out
yeah,
of the house,
hmm,
and
hmm,
make it look like a kidnapping. I mean, that's really extreme.
hmm,
So
hmm,
then that's why I go away from that. And then I think if it's an obsessed stalker, they really want to get to Savannah if they're so obsessed with her, not really to her mother. Or and the sad thing is they want to really hurt her, like go to her kids, and that's sad. But that's where I think that would happen. I just don't think I'm going to go take her mother out of the house. Um, I think it's somebody wanted Nancy gone. They would benefit. They had to
yeah,
benefit from her being gone,
yeah.
and
Now there is still. I mean, I've heard with the sexual predators and the control and stuff, that is not an uncommon thing for them to have a gun and use that to threaten. And the fact that they went straight into the bedroom and she's taken from her bed. I mean, that you
I see.
can't
I just
dump
don't
that
think that
idea
guy. I
away.
just don't think that guy would cover up to not leave any DNA to go into her house and obviously expose himself. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I think that would be like really risky. Like, why would you take such care and then do something like that? You know, that's a
Yeah, I
risk.
mean that doesn't get real
That's
high
gonna
up on
leave,
my
but that's
list,
gonna
but
leave
just
your DNA. That's easily gonna you're gonna
I mean
leave
that's
DNA. Even if you
yeah. I
took the
mean if
sheets
you're
with you, you're taking your whatever. You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean if you're planning on doing a sexual assault on an older lady, and the way there's some crime guy, actually he's an ex-con criminal guy, but he says people that commit those type of crimes where they're raping older women, it's a crime of violence. It's a crime of control and power. They don't get anything off. They really don't get off sexually. It's
Mm-hmm.
something. It's all violent.
Yeah.
Power, control, just a weird thing that way. So it's not like the way we would normally think that there's some
Yeah.
sexual
Look at
aspect to it.
Bucky said. I said that last night, Bucky. I said, was it a Nancy Kerrigan thing where she's not going to the Olympics? Like that was the metal pipe was her mother. Yeah, that's what Bucky said. What if it's like the
Yeah,
Kerrigan thing where, I'm going to mess her up so she's
right.
not going to go to those Olympics?
Yeah,
So who took her
yeah.
place
I
at the
mean,
Olympics? That's what I want to know. Not that they
mm-hmm,
would be a
mm-hmm.
suspect, but I'm just saying. I mean,
Yeah,
that's pretty extreme. It really is. I mean, that they'd probably do better, like, making her slip or something. I don't know. That's really extreme um, to go there. Like, oh,
right,
I don't
right.
know. That's,
Yeah. But if you're a sexual predator and you've targeted this woman, that is a crime that could be committed that way. You're going to case the place. You want her, whatever that is. You're going to case it. You're going to walk around the back. You are going to go straight in that sliding door. You are going to go straight to the bed and take her out and do whatever you're going to do with her there. And yes, you may plan on killing her, taking the evidence and everything there because your DNA's out there, or you're, whatever you do or something. You're going to be prepared to remove her body and dispose of it if you're that violent of that type of a criminal, where you're capable of the sexual assault and the murder. There are people that do that. So, it could fit the trail that way. And the fact that
and the other thing is, could it be an enemy of Savannah's husband? Because Savannah's husband is very political. But
well, they both are,
Again,
and Nancy's mother, like I told you, she has some political involvements and social agenda issues,
right?
That are there. Those are known. I haven't read enough detail about that, but that can be found out. I think even now what those were. It might even had something to do with immigration. Which, if that's the case, then illegal immigration, then that could be a real powder keg, politically that way. So, and that is a thing in that area. But
yeah. But
and there is.
Let's think about it. Come on earlier tomorrow night.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll think about it, and you guys think about it too. Yeah. A romance stand.
Some of the
maybe
listeners have some ideas to throw out there, or some research to find out. That would
I'll find out. I'll just find
Yeah.
out who took her place. I don't think, not that I'm implicating anybody, but at this point, to me, I want to find out all the people that would benefit if she's gone. And I think I'm going to do some research about organizations she was in. And how active was she in the homeowners association? A lot of those things, they have like Facebook groups and stuff. You can find that stuff out. So I'll see, because we have crazy freaking neighbors. So
there's a homeowner that if you really want to track it down too, you could find out from JLR or one of those streamers there to get a hold of them, because they all know the homeowners lady that lives there. She's near the age of Nancy, probably maybe a little younger, maybe 10 years younger, in her 70s, maybe 80s. But she was walking through there all the time, and she was kind of soldiering and policing the.
Yeah, is she the one that the one? I don't want to mention his name, but I think the sheriff was called on him because he yelled at her. Is that the lady? It was not JLR. It's somebody else, and they had the sheriff.
Dolly.
Yeah.
He didn't like that. He was parked too near a corner. Near a corner, and then she told him. Actually, I think I was there when he streamed that. When he streamed it, I hardly ever watch him, but I just happened to be online then, and she walked up to him because she was kind of. Like I said, she was policing all the media there, going up and down, and she was saying, "Yeah, you can't park there. You need to move your car," that kind of thing. And then he made a comment in his stream, like, the biggest thing that happened to him today was that, somebody was going to call the police on me if I didn't move my car. I need to move my car.
Good night, Louis.
And he wasn't mean. He talked about it after she left the area, but he told all his streaming viewers that, well, he didn't think he had to move it. So he was stubborn. I don't know that he even moved his car, even though she was asking him to.
Yeah.
I think he said, well, I don't think I'm blocking anything or whatever.
Yeah, but there's always somebody, and then and not to stereotype, but some people, as they get older, they get. Some people mellow and other people get worse. Every little thing bothers them. So.
Oh, well, yeah. She might have been the homeowners. She was representing herself as part of, one of the officers. Maybe she was the president of the homeowners. But, obviously they were complaining enough. They got the police to, change to a one way and then to put the no parking and all that stuff up. So they were very, adamant of policing, trying to get the media out of there. she certainly was behind that with just from what she was doing anyway. But I mean, I'm just saying she would be the gossip to know about the homeowners people, because she's up in the business of what's going on with all of that.
And I mean, like, there's some people, like, if you ever watch it's a dark comedy, Serial Mom with Kathleen Turner, like, she was killing her neighbors because you didn't put the recyclables with the recyclables, and she was going over there and killing them, and then going home and making a roast, and nobody suspected it, and I know it's a dark comedy, but there's a lot of things that people could get really angry about. I don't know. At this point, it's somebody that would benefit from her being gone. That's where I'm at with it, and I'm going to see what kind of things she belonged to, and if she was on anything that somebody, really, who knows? And some of those people, you ever hear older people go, how many more years do I have? If I catch a life charge, how much is it? I mean, I'm not, they say it jokingly, but who knows who would take it seriously. People are crazy today. They kill people over parking spaces. So I don't know.
Well, I would maybe lean away from the house idea in a sense with a local neighbor, because they're all fairly nice houses that are in there. In other words, it's not a mixed neighborhood. In other words, everybody's fairly well off there.
Yeah.
And the fact that they know, if it's somebody that lives in there, they know that Annie and Tommaso are coming over all the time, picking her up to do stuff, or she's going to the church. I mean, she's.
Oh.
Well, anyway, I mean, they know there's family there, and she's connected that way, and they would have to think maybe if they've been there that long, they probably know that Annie's lived there forever, as long, and so is their mother, so they might likely take over the house themselves after she would die.
Oh, Mary Carrillo went in her place. She said Mary Carrillo went in her place. Never heard of her. She is a New York sports reporter. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that would be extremely... I personally, before I would believe like that, I would believe it's somebody local that would want her gone. And here's the other thing, okay? They live very close to Mexico, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how many have people from there that do work for them in any capacity. But let's just say some guy was complaining all day to these guys that were doing maybe gardening or something, like, this lady, you don't know what she's doing. I wish I could get somebody to take her out of here. And who knows? I got a guy in Mexico. I got a guy, that might do it. I got a guy.
I think
he'll get your problem gone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was an amateur, hitman illegal from Mexico. Sure, that'd be great if you could find somebody like that, and there certainly would be findable.
Yeah, and it's not even like kidnapping. He just wants her gone. Just get her gone. She's causing me a lot of trouble. Yeah. She's voting against me on this. I'm at this meeting. She's doing this. She wants to bring this in. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying there are people that really get upset about that kind of stuff.
To me seems like that's sort of a 101 investigator process, though, that all that stuff would have been heavily interviewed right up front. They're going to take those concentric circles and work them out, on stuff like that. So, maybe they're on the police's radar to watch. Like maybe. I said, I would like to still know why that FBI Range Rover's being held in evidence. Because if they're totally disconnected from the case and there's no evidence inside that car, then that car could be returned. Just like with Carlos, with him, the other guy down in Rico, they never took his cars,
Yeah.
So there's something about that car with the FBI still that because that's in evidence. They took that in. So there's something going on.
Wait,
Why
you
hasn't
know, I
that
have another
been
idea.
returned?
Okay, what about somebody again that wanted? Let's say one of those houses were coming up that they were owned by a lawyer in the district attorney. I'm not implicating him, but I'm saying there could have been somebody that was wanted to buy certain homes for investments to move people in, and maybe her house was one that they wanted. And
Mm-hmm.
what if it's somebody powerful like that that's not even living
Mm-hmm.
there, but wants
Mm-hmm.
that house?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, this is because that's right. This is just where you can have any number of crazy people doing a hit for hire, and the person could come out of Mexico and be an illegal. I mean, it's possible living in that area, that region, and with the kind of criminal networks there are, with that's wouldn't be necessarily hard to do to find.
Right, and the first thing they're
Even
going
to
to ask,
that
like, does she
extent.
have any enemies? Does she have anybody? Like, does she get? That's the first thing they ask you after they look at family, right? Who would want to do this to her? Who would want her gone?
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah,
where I'm at
and
now.
yeah,
Who'd want her
and I
gone?
think I think there I think there's all kinds of crazy people associated with Savannah that, again, would connect her back because of the TV program and click this in, and it could be based on hatred or vengeance or the political stuff or any number of those things. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it connects back to both of them, or, like you say, something to the history. I kind of discount the homeowner stuff and all that a little bit, just simply because the FBI and police would be all over that, as part of they're going to investigation or something. Unless, like I say, they could have some suspects that they're just monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's all gone quiet. To some extent, maybe they got some suspects that they know are involved. Maybe there's evidence out of that FBI car that connects it, and they're not going to tell you.
Yeah.
Those people are lawyered up, and they're not going to talk.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, well, that's good food for thought. We'll think about it and let everybody think about it, because that's given me something else to research a little bit, to see if I can find out what she was really active in there, and if there's any groups on that homeowners association. Sometimes there's groups and they're public, and you can see when there's Discord or something, and on them. So. All right, we got to play our word game and go to bed because we got a trial in the morning. But please come on tomorrow night earlier.
All right.
All right. You have a good night.
Okay, just so you know, just so I know, about what time do you
tomorrow?
like to...
Tomorrow I'll try to do it like 10:30 my time, which Eastern time.
So
And you're on Central.
Calling in at about 11 your time is good. Then I'll give you like a half an hour to do your stuff, and then call in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Buddy, thanks. Put some questions down in the
chat.
Comments.
Yeah, in the comments. Put them in.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
later. Guys. All right. Let me do this. Bye. Okay, Dookie, you got your word game. I got it, Dookie. Okay, that was interesting, though. That's my problem. I know that, so I need someone like physically up here to say that's right, because I enjoy that and I like talking it out, because I think you do spin stuff off each other and you might think of things. I've always liked to talk things out because you can think of something, and while you think something could be crazy, then you got to think back to things like with that dentist. I would think that would be crazy. You'd say an ex would wait that long, but it wasn't, right? It wasn't. Okay, I'll just do 2 words and you guys can have all the rest, because there's this short little puzzle tonight. But that was good. All day. It was interesting. I really am trying to think who wanted her gone, because it wasn't a robbery. They didn't take anything. It wasn't a kidnapping. They didn't want a ransom. The benefit was her being gone. Spy. Very good. Party girl, pretty girl, and then you got shy. Heart. Very good. Yeah. White angel. You weren't being you weren't being such a good timekeeper, White Angel. Hype. Okay. Pens says murder. Pen says, yeah, that's great, Kara. We do this. We do the word game to clear our minds. For those of you that are new, did we play some word games? Sometimes we play a lot of word games. Sometimes we play a few word games. Yen, for those that got it, yes. Hen says murder. New Year's Eve says heart. So yeah, to kind of clear us up. Abduction. Yeah, but yeah, abduction, but yeah, an abduction, yeah. But because why? Not because they want money. It's because her absence benefited someone, right? Had to be. Her absence benefited someone. Oh, yes, I thought you were agreeing with me, Kara. Hen says murder. Dukin, get in here. Yep. Nope. But yeah, that's what I think. I really do. You got to think about that's where this is going to go. It's going to go who benefits. Who, you know, like Joan Crawford, if she doesn't like you, she can make you disappear. Hen is already up there. Oh, you're going to watch tonight? Okay, I just didn't want you to get upset because you didn't get a turn. Okay. If she doesn't like you, she can make you disappear. Hey. The way you were putting stop signs, Dookie, I thought you wanted to play. Pie. I would have no problem staying up but I gotta make that trial, you know. Get everything ready and get my stuff done before that. I'm wondering why we haven't seen Savannah since last week, because I think she's getting herself back in New York City mode, and I don't know. Who knows? You know, she might be. When is she going to return to the Today Show? Could it be tomorrow? Would that be a surprise, a shocker? We'll see. Maybe she won't return, but maybe she'll go in and say hello at one point. I don't know. That's a big support system for her, and you know, she's been gone a long time. No wire hangers ever. Christina, get out of that bed. Okay. We're going to find out how many wire hangers you have in your closet. $300 dresses on a wire hanger. Why? Okay. Inheritance, obsessed, stalker of Savannah's, or rival. Not random at all. No, right. I agree, Freeway Girl. I don't believe it's random at all. It's targeted, and they wanted her taken. It's not something that's gone wrong and they had to take her. They wanted her gone. Yeah, they wanted her gone. ESP? Oh. Do we have the word here? SP. Okay, we'll play one more and that's it, and then we're going to bed. That's it. I'm telling you, kids, that's it. Hi, Philip. Hi, everybody that I missed when I was talking. One more game and that's it, and we're going to bed. That's it. I'll do some right now. Then you can do some, and then we're going to bed. Oh, you and I got it together, murder. I got it with you. We both get credit. Okay, let's see what you guys got. Come on. Fur. We got fur up there. Good job. Okay, firework. I'm not going to do any more. Air. Who got that one? Carol. Kara. Good, Kara. Rife, says heart. Rife. Very good. Fire. We have fire up there. Party girl. Pretty girl. Murder of crows says 4. Yep. Wire we have. War. Okay. Fork. I think we have that up there. Yep. I know, murder. I know. I know, murder. Mm-hmm. Sure, Chris. Sure, Jan. Okay, rep. Linda says fire. Fire's there. Frau. Extra word. Row. Who said row? Heart made wise. 1 says Kara. Uh-oh, there's no or. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. I don't have glasses on. Or. Good, Kara. War. I put that on there already. It's up there. Heart. Roke. Okay, nope. Irk. Foe. O. Heart. Row. Good, Linda. Heart says ower. Row. R-O-E says Philip. Good, Philip. Few says heart. Says heart. Let's see. Rower says murder. Uh-oh, I spelled it wrong. Hold on, I didn't hit the O. Very good. Okay, row says Kara. Yeah, you got that. Let's see, we got that. Let's see. Oh, guys, a few more. Wife. Very good. Heart, got that. I'm going to mix the letters. Worker is up there. Ire, yeah. Very good. Kara, you're very good. We got a new player, Kara. We play the game every night after our lives, Kara. Make sure you subscribe and hit all the bells so you know when we're playing. Finer. Did you? No, fire. I don't know why I'm seeing it. All the R's is ends. Whoa is her, says murder. Very good. Philip, yep, fire, just got that. Few, we already got that, didn't we? I think it went in the extra words. No, it's up there. Welcome, welcome. Many players makes the games go fast. Okay, one more. It's going to begin with an F. I know what it is. Murder got it. What I knew it for. Yep. Very good and very good. All right, guys, it was fun. We had a good time. Tomorrow he'll be back again, so make sure you come back with your questions, okay? We're going to be doing the trial of Corey Richens. Come watch the trial with us. We chat in the live chat during the trial. You can come in and out all day or stay in. We talk during the breaks, but I don't talk over the testimony. I hate that. But during breaks and stuff or lunch, we can talk. Anyway, think about your questions. Think about who would benefit from Nancy being out. See if you can find anything about what she did in her area, if she was active in any organizations that might have a person there that could, you know, have some gripe with her, right? An axe to grind. So anyway, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Prayers for all that need them, and you know, we all need them. And so let's do the prayers for everybody. And then may the Lord bless you and protect you and give you his peace always. And God bless. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good, be kind, and let's all be back, God willing. All right. See you tomorrow, guys. Come see us at 10:30. We'll be streaming the trial. And then tomorrow night we'll listen to Space Cat. And put your questions in the comments, he said. He'll look at them and he'll answer them. If you have questions for Space Cat, put them in the comments. All right, see you guys later. Love you.